Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Bad Decisions Club presents Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition for one of our last sessions. Yes, this is in fact the last session before the final encounter, and then after that there's going to be one, maybe two epilogue sessions, and that is it for the campaign, friends. We've got an awful lot of characters flying around, so I'm going to forego the usual what character are you playing just for now, because people may be swapping characters back and forth. But I am going to go ahead and introduce my wonderful players. Jen, give us a wave. Starting out as Kretha, we've got Gale. Starting out as Echo, we've got Jeff playing Calder Creed, resident sorcerer, and fill in the blank here. And finally, M, who we're not entirely sure who you're going to be playing to start with. You'll get to make that choice.
I also don't know. Help.
Now, to go ahead and set the stage a little bit, Em and I are getting over COVID, so you're going to find me stopping to catch my breath every now and then. And I might be a little bit lower energy than usual, and my voices are probably going to be off, so just be prepared for that. Like that. Just trying to oxygenate my blood. I'm not exasperated or anything. Where we last left off, in the last session, we had one of the more touching, I think, sessions that we've had. And I didn't expect that scene to take the whole session, but I'm glad it did. We started off with some conversations with Barnabas and Sven, where you sent them both walking off, shaking their heads by letting Barnabas know that you were about to do a resurrection ritual, and by letting Sven know. What was it that you said to him that made him so weirded out?
No, we just told him what happened at the wedding.
Oh, that's right.
We had a really fun time and also fought off the avatar of an ancient dragon. Don't worry about it. It was handled.
Right, because the whole argument with Sven was, don't worry, it's a wedding, it'll be safe. And
to be fair, Barnabas didn't get up into this stuff
he wasn't involved. It's all fine. And then you convened in Kretha's suite of rooms, all of which have had beds that have been largely upgraded and made much larger for some reason, and smell kind of like wet dog. Then you set up and cast the resurrection spell, not the raise dead spell, the resurrection spell.
Resurrection.
Straight up resurrection, a big callback for this crew.
Yes, in fact it is. And because of the nature of your particular powers, Jeff, we did a little bit of a scene in the Shadowfell where Calder came and the rest of the team came face to face with the Raven Queen herself. And while poor Ghost was blue screening, Calder had to face some of his past demons in front of everybody. And though the Raven Queen is not much of a conversationalist, she was able to sort of communicate to you that she has taken a direct hand in creating shadow sorcerers all over Faerun, and you kind of came to the conclusion that it was all in an attempt to somehow find a tunnel out of the Shadowfell, because in our reality, she is kind of lost and trapped in the Shadowfell, and by traveling through the Shadowfell from the Prime Material in order to make this resurrection happen, Calder sort of unwittingly provided a pathway back to the Prime Material for her.
That strikes me as a problem. That's a problem for a future band of adventurers that are not me.
I'm sure
Might
it's
be a
fine.
problem for Baba Yaga. Who knows?
I'm sure it's fine, and nothing bad can possibly come of that. And then we had a very stark change in scenery as we found our way into Tamora's realm, which has a name, I think. I don't remember.
I don't know.
We were treating it like Fiddler's Green.
But it was basically
Green / Hobbiton.
Yeah, it was basically like the Super Shire, right? Where everything is golden and everything is wonderful and everything smells like mint, and poor Ghost was sneezing, and
It was a bad time. I had a bad time.
and
I like it. Not for me. No, thank you.
And you found Sinric, Echo's father, who looked happier and healthier than he ever did in life. You had a wonderfully touching conversation with him. Let him know that nobody blames him for what he saw as his failure leading the goblin tribe. And he agreed to come back with you and be resurrected. And you did not see the Raven Queen on the way back, which again, totally fine and nothing problematic there at all.
Nah, it's fine. It's good.
And I
It's fine.
believe where we last left off, like the moment we last left off on, is Sinric, his body being rebuilt in a rather grotesque manner, having one line about seeing the world with new eyes, and then he and Calder flat passing out. And I believe we went ahead and had everybody else take that long rest as well, because it was a very long day for everybody. Yeah? What'd I miss?
Speaking of which, everybody that had aid put on them during the Dragon Avatar fight, you need to knock your max HP back down by 10.
Yeah, make sure to drop that down. Good looking out, because aid is not temporary HP. It is actually an increase to max HP.
Cool,
I'll
that
be
is-
honest that Kretha still has 14 wounds, I think. Or
Oh, I'll go ahead.
No.
I'll go ahead and apply the long rest in Fantasy Grounds if and when it becomes necessary. But for now, unless there is anything major that I missed in my recap, ellipsis question mark.
No, it sounds good.
Pretty good. Awesome. Let's go ahead and jump right in.
Alright.
Now, we begin our story today, friends, with Echo once again striding the golden fields of Fiddler's Creek, or whatever we're going to call it.
Tamora's realm.
Tamora's realm. And so, Echo, you are walking along a pathway along a creek, and next to you is a young-looking, dark-skinned female halfling who is sharing this path with you. And it's a very peaceful, very companionable stroll. And she turns to Echo and says, "You've come a long way, haven't you?"
I think Echo just nods and smiles at her and is just taking in the. I assume there's like some wildflowers amongst the field. He's just watching some of the loose petals in the wind.
That was a good thing you did, and it was for good reasons that you did it. Many who seek to bring back the dead do so for very selfish reasons, but you only wanted your father to have a chance at a better life, didn't you?
I mean, wasn't entirely selfless. I do miss him.
Well, of
want
course.
more time with him.
The days to come are going to test you, but I think you know that already.
Yeah, it's lots riding on these next couple of weeks. I'm oh wow. If we make it to winter start, I'll get to celebrate a birthday with my dad again.
So you will. You know, I hope, that my ability to affect the prime material plane is limited. What Grumsh is doing right now is beyond the pale for most of us. You will have no divine interventions on my part.
So, like, I'm not, you know, I'm not exactly the most studious when it comes to religions. I still haven't quite actually attended a single sermon of yours. But it was my understanding that gods walk Faerun when they want to. Are you saying Grumsh is going to make a personal appearance?
I wish I could see that. But the movements of other divine beings are often beyond my vision. But his avatars are very powerful. And my place is not the battlefield. But I want you to know that I am with you, and that I see you, and that I see you as more devout than many who do go to sermons. I see you as one of my favored, and I can give you some small amount of support.
I mean, you've already thrown more power on our side than any other god I've noticed.
Well, I like the world. Many of my favorite followers are there. There are many ways this could go. And the fate of the prime material plane quite literally rests in the hands of you and your friends. Try not to mess it up.
It's a good thing we've got luck on our side then.
And with that, the vision will sort of gray out. Echo will awaken. And he finds himself, as he awakens, his arms wrapped around a staff.
He like panics for a second and just throws it.
Preetha comes running into the room.
Like he's on the bed. He probably like throws it. It hits like the curtain on the bed and like clatters to the floor between the curtain and the bed.
Echo.
What?
Are you all right?
Sorry, had a god dream again. I'm okay. What was that? And like leans over the bed and looks at what he threw.
It is an extremely ornate, extremely gaudy, and extremely familiar staff that Echo has interacted with once or twice before.
Oh no! It's the purple gaudy as fuck staff they stole from Xanathar.
Yes.
Technically, it's the staff that Xanathar legally lent to us and went missing.
The Clarion staff, the one that we use to resurrect Clarion.
Uh-huh.
The one that has a resurrection spell on it.
It also has the ability to use the heal spell, but yes.
Yep. Echo's just looking at it on the floor like
Preetha's also looking at it going, that looks very familiar. Why does it look familiar? That shouldn't look familiar. Where did that come from? Is that what I think it is?
I think it is.
You had God dream, and then that's.
I was holding that when I woke up. Mm-hmm.
That's quick. Oh dear.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and let. I'm gonna go ahead and let Jeff and Em know that you can bring whatever character you want into this scene whenever you are ready. Go ahead, continue.
I think Calder's in the same room, passed out on a different bed.
True.
Yeah. So I think Echo goes, okay, well, fuck. Xanathar might be looking for that. Okay. And like grabs it and stuffs it in the bag of holding so that it's not on the same plane as them. Just to tuck it away for now.
Okay, when you said God dream,
like I was just walking and talking with Demora. She's like I talk to her sometimes in dreams or visions. And
is this like when I talk to Durgan? Or I mean, I don't really. I mean, sure, I cleric issues, but I'm cleric of the Forge. I mean, I don't have a really much understanding of how the God thing works. Aside from the fact that it is dangerous right now for all of us.
You know, I'm barely understanding it myself some days. But yeah, no, I think that was her giving me that, which is
why?
I mean, it is really powerful. It can do more than just resurrect. It can really fucking heal people if we need it. Yeah, that's okay. That's cool. Oh shit. Is Calder up yet? And like scurries across the room.
Look over.
Calder is like just staring at the ceiling, going, "I was enjoying that."
I mean, do you look alive or dead? That's how we know if you're asleep.
Yeah, are you awake or are you breathing?
I am talking, so odds are I'm awake.
How you feeling, man?
Kretha brings water over to both of them. She's kind of prepared for them to wake up.
I mean, I feel
she
like
also-
I feel like I've been stepped on by a goddess in this case, and not in a fun way.
She also has cups of tea that are going to have a pain elixir in it.
But I've been,
She's prepared.
I've felt better. I felt worse, so I'll take it. He'll pull himself to to sit up, and there will be like audible cracking.
Can you do magic again? Because I've done the same thing. Can you do a cantrip real quick?
He'll snap his fingers and press the digitation himself to be fully clean and cloth.
Yeah,
cool.
It works.
Nice.
Cool.
Sinric is still fast asleep.
Yeah.
At the moment. M, how's either Ghost or Vic doing? How do you wanna jump in?
I would
don't
say
know.
probably Ghost instead of Vic, because Vic wasn't part of this whole scene. So Vic is probably not, unless Vic comes into the room.
Well, it's been 8 hours since we got back from the party. So if Vic is still working the forge, Vic's like at the end of her shift.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Okay.
We can come back to you. No big deal.
That would be great. Please do that.
Yeah. So I think Echo goes over, checks on his dad, sees that he's still asleep. Just kind of tucks him in a bit more.
As you do, his eyes will open a little bit, and he'll see you, and he'll say, "Oh, that actually happened."
Yeah. Hi. Don't try to get up. You're gonna be pretty weak.
Oh, I don't think I
for a
could if
bit.
I tried.
Yeah.
Kretha brings over the water and the tea. You should at least have this. It's new body, need water. You probably
He is still at a -3 to everything, right? Because he has to go through a long rest per
For each
-1.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's still effectively got multiple levels of exhaustion on him. Not the same thing.
Although his total HP has been restored at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Where am I
okay.
again?
Right. To reintroduce you, this is Kretha.
Hi.
Sister, right.
Yep. Over there is Calder, motions.
Still terrifying, right.
Calder speaks a little bit of Goblin, and Kretha, Calder speaks a little bit of Goblin.
I have accent, but you understand.
It's honestly a gorgeous accent. She's from down south. There's a few other people in here that you'll be able to talk to, but for the most part, we're in the middle of a dwarven fortress. Who are friends, who are very good friends and allies, but you won't actually be able to talk to most of them. So I just want to give you a little heads up that's okay. Vic speaks Goblin. We should introduce you to Vic, just so you have another point of contact in the.
I may show up. It's been a while. I probably about time for them to be done on the forge, but I don't know whether they'll come here or not. They technically live here in my rooms, but they also technically don't. My rooms are kind of.
He's out again.
Okay.
A metal dog has walked into the room.
Head
It's
down the
Lou.
blanket a little and be like, he'll be okay.
So Lou pads into the room
Lou.
with just
Lou.
just enough time for Sinric to look and go, "Oh, good dog. Sleep. Snore."
Echo grabs the cup out of his hand before he can spill it and sets it on the table next to the thing. Cool. All right, good. Oh, Lou. Does anyone come with you? Just looks back at the door.
Lou also looks back at the door. Just are we looking at the door now? That sounds cool. Let's do that.
That would be a
With
dog.
the door open, I need a perception check from everybody. This is scent-based, so if Vic is here, you get advantage on it. And
Nice. Vic,
I'm
Vic will
not
take
showing
that.
the table, so just tell me what your result is.
Perception.
This is what you said: perception or investigation?
This is perception, and it is scent-based, so you get advantage.
Echo's like when talking to his dad, he got a little teary-eyed, and like his sinuses are no help right now.
What'd you get?
I got 6.
Awesome.
Hey, there we go.
And a wisdom check for Stinky, who's off
Yeah.
in the corner.
Again, I'm not showing the table, so you're gonna have to tell me what your results are.
All right.
I rolled a 3.
I rolled a
Excellent.
9, but Stinky
I got
totally
11.
rolled a
I
9.
was 17.
You got a 17. Okay.
17.
Jeff, you already told me. I think. What'd you get?
A 3.
You got a 3. That's right. You just said that. Okay. It's
He
another
doesn't have perception right now. He just woke up from
another one of
dead.
the side effects of post-COVID is brain fog. So I expect to have you repeat things on occasion. Vic, as you've been walking the corridors, like you heard from word on the grapevine that everyone's back and that they were doing some sort of ritual in the in Kreetha's chambers. And as you're walking the halls, you notice a smell that is unusual and definitely doesn't belong. And with a 17, I'll say that it's faint, but it smells pretty bad. Bad, like acrid, like a combination. It's faint. It's hard to tell, but it's acrid and almost like compost or a really bad flatulence.
A little sulfury.
Yeah.
That's unpleasant. Yeah, I'll try to figure out where it is.
Yeah, definitely not a smell that belongs.
So Stinky got a 17 on his wisdom, since I don't actually have a perception check for him.
Stinky
So would he-
will probably be more okay with the smell, but will also definitely notice it and begin sort of hopping his way out into the hallway.
His large way out into the hallway.
Are folks following along? Are folks sticking around? What are people doing?
way.
Yeah, Echo will like note it. He and Lou were looking, and then Stinky goes out into the hallway. So Echo will follow Stinky, like, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stinky, is there someone out there?
Now I will go ahead and give Vic a investigation check, also with advantage, please.
Okay. Also with advantage. Investigation. I got a nat 20.
A nat 20. Excellent.
Dang.
I don't have
20
the
and a 1.
I got a 20 and a 1. I got a 30.
incredible. A
I got
30.
A good number.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. So now that you've noticed it, it's simply a matter of it gets stronger every step that you take in the right direction. So it's actually pretty easy to follow. And it gets worse and worse as you go, to the point where the rest of you begin to notice it after about a minute of walking. The rest of you begin to notice that there is some sort of really bad smell that is kind of beginning to permeate the air. And this is probably, so you got back like early morning. You did the ritual
just before dawn.
So it's
Did the ritual,
probably
which takes an hour, and then 8 hours of sleep.
plus however long you spent in that liminal space, right? So we're probably talking about late afternoon here.
Yeah.
And the dwarves that are walking around don't seem to notice it that much, but you're definitely able to hone in on it. And you take a couple of corridors, you take a couple of turns,
Right.
and you go ahead.
Before we completely leave the room, I think Echo would see that Stinky is onto something, hurry back and be like, "Hey, I think Stinky is on the trail of something. Calder, you good to guard the room, or do you want to come with? What,
He will like stand up with a flourish, have his pull his cloak, his regalia back on. It's like, I want to get coffee, and I have plans, I think.
Fair enough. So Calder is going in a different direction then?
I think he was just sort of drifting in the same direction as everyone.
Sure. Okay. Makes sense to me.
Then Echo will ask Lou to stay in guard.
Lou will salute like a cartoon.
Yeah.
I see Lou as a metal version of Astro from the Jetsons.
Not no.
Yeah, love it. Love that.
No.
And so as you're getting closer and closer to this smell, it's getting worse and worse. And you hear an argument happening, like down the corridor. And I'm not pulling up the map or anything. This is all theater of the mind.
Yep. I think as Echo is hearing raised voices, we'll hurry up and probably outpace Stinky in the direction of the raised voices.
Yeah.
I mean, Gretha's on the heels too.
So what? I'm not going to make you make a check here. You turn another corner, and before you do, you hear a shut up, someone's coming. And
In what language?
in Dwarven.
Okay.
You turn the corner, and Bevan is leaning up against a door, looking just oh so very casual. And just, hello. How's it going?
Is it just him?
It's just him on the outside of the door, leaning against the door like he doesn't have a care in the world. The smell is very strong.
Do we come in at the same moment Vic does?
I think that's a good plan.
Vic appears.
Yeah.
Devin.
Hey.
Mistress Kretha. Yes. Very good to see you. I wasn't expecting you this far down the corridor.
All the way?
I'm glad that you're here, Lady Regent.
Hey, are you what's causing this stink? Or, like, do you smell that?
Stink? Smell? I don't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
Vic is suddenly unbearably close.
And Vic is big, right?
Yeah.
Vic is like at the outer edge of medium, and is just like has grabbed Bevan, and he's starting to just like sniff him.
The smell is not coming from Bevan. The smell is coming from under the door.
Bevan gets placed down away from the door.
I'm not
Think
sure
he's, like,
that's
off
such a good.
door.
I'm not sure that's such a good. Okay.
If you thought it was going to be a good idea, you would have done it in a place where there was ventilation. I opened the door.
You open the door. I need everyone to make a DC 16 Constitution save.
Like, Stinky is like right the hell there. DC.
16 Constitution save.
Okay. So
Yeah, 23.
Yeah. Okay. You're fine.
Stinky made a 19.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend a luck point to re-roll that.
Constitution save.
Oh no, that's a check.
Krista made a 22.
Okay.
Hey, much better. Hey, 16, let's
A
go.
16 exactly. And Calder, are you here or are you
I
elsewhere?
rolled an 18.
You rolled an 18. Okay, so everyone passes your Constitution save. All of you feel the immediate need to vomit as this incredibly potent smell just like hits you like a physical force. And inside the room, you see Bathu with his back to you, sitting on the floor, desperately poking at something. And he turns around and looks at you like guilt and panic kind of wrestling for control over his face.
At this point,
What is the thing he's
Calder
poking
will-
at?
Calder he'll subtle cast telekinesis and just grab Matthew and basically put him on the ceiling for the moment.
Pick him up, turn him around. He's holding a stone.
Oh no, I didn't say anything about turning him around. I'm putting him on the ceiling.
Okay, so you put him on the ceiling. He is still like he's got his back to you, right? So he's still like messing with something. And he says, "Oh, just 1 second. I'll get this under control in just a second."
Get what the fuck under control?
Matthew, if it's not obvious, you're well out of time.
As your lady regent, you shall explain to me what's going on.
Well, you see, I don't suppose you could put me. We were.
You don't trust me. You don't want to put you down right now.
We had an idea for an item that we thought might be helpful to you.
That is not. If that was your plan, that was very, very cruel to Stinky.
I can't turn it off.
Turn what off?
He'll not being able to turn. Actually, no. You said he's on the ceiling, right? So he's gonna like put his hand up on the ceiling and kind of like try to turn himself around.
Color will spiral a finger and rotate him.
And he will hold out an irregular stone with like crudely drawn runes on it. No, not stone. Like an irregular, like ingot of metal that's been hammered into kind of an oblong shape, and it's got these little crudely chiseled runes in it. And he holds it out, and this item is absolutely, definitely the source of the smell.
Vic is going to remove the dwarf from the ceiling.
Just reach up like he's a balloon.
Calder will allow it to happen and will grab the sphere and hold it instead.
Oh, no, I will also grab that too. And I will rub it on his face.
Like you do with the dog.
Now, what have you done? Yes.
Too late.
So Vic, you now have this metal thing.
I think it's...
The runes are in Dwarven, but again, the handwriting is awful.
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
I'm gonna look at Calder. I'm gonna go. If I let him go, will he float back onto the ceiling?
Oh no, I've let him go.
Awesome. Put the dwarf down. I'm gonna kind of lean loomingly down and be like, you and I both know that I am much better at this than you are. Why did you not bring it to me? I could have helped you perfect these runes. Your handwriting is awful. And I don't even write Dwarvish. I know this is not saying what you want it to say.
I thought it would be a good surprise.
It would have been a great surprise if it had worked. However,
it
have
works.
a teacher who can help you with these things so that you do not seem incompetent to those around you. I know you are better than this.
Outside.
I have trained you, and your choices are making me look bad.
Outside, Bevan goes, "Yeah, Matthew, what are you thinking?"
I know that your handwriting is half of this.
Yeah, Calder will at that point grab Bevan and pull him right next to Matthew.
So is it where you try to make like the magic smoke bottle, but it stink?
Like a stink stone. You are going to fix this.
I'm at this point I would be content to lock them in a room with it until it is fixed.
To the forge, at the very least, the metal can be used for something.
I'm gonna go ahead and get, because both Calder and Vic are looking at this stone. I'll go ahead and get Arcana checks from both of you. This was made.
Mine was just going to be I offer the help action to Vic.
Oh, okay, perfect. Vic, you can go ahead and roll the Arcana check with advantage, please.
Right.
Because Vic rolling twice better than mine.
I got a 21 on that. Can I throw smith's tools in it?
Yeah, absolutely.
With advantage or no?
This was made in the forge that you rebuilt, so I'll go ahead and give you advantage on this as well.
Okay, Arcana 21, Smith's Tools 32.
32. Okay. So again, the handwriting's atrocious, but you look at all the runes and you kind of turn it around a little bit, and you see the rune that would in theory be the rune that you touch to turn it off is missing 2 lines that with a couple of etching tools you could probably scratch onto there. It wouldn't make it any worse.
Yeah, I pull a small stick out of like a back pocket, and I'll add those 2 lines.
So you scratch the extra lines in, and you're able to touch the face of the stone that is intended to turn it off, and it will deactivate the smell. And now it's just going to take time for
it to dissipate.
Everything to dissipate. Yes.
As I'm like, I'll point it out to them, and I will turn this into the teaching moment that it is.
Oh, we meant to say Drek, and we said Dretch. I see. I told you.
Are the runes dwarven runes?
They are dwarven runes, yes.
This is the language you speak.
I write better, and I suck at writing.
Lady Regent asking for permission to feed them this magical item.
We're not going to feed them the item. It is a perfectly good learning tool. It is a great concept, and we will be making more of them. However, I want to make sure that the prototype, and she looks at the 2 dwarves, is known to those who are doing the crafting.
Well, I mean,
so you will explain your theory to the others.
Echo leans over to the 2 of them. Like, I get Drek and Dretch mixed up all of the time, especially because my aunt who taught me Dwarvish, she's a golden dwarf, so like her accent is completely different. I get those 2 fucked up all the time, yeah.
It's in writing, though.
Yeah, do you know how many different ways there are to write something in Dwarven? It's not like it's standardized, right? Echo says.
We just thought that you know, if you put this in the battlefield, maybe the enemy would be too busy throwing up to be able to fight back.
And that is a good thought and an accurate idea. However, we have no ventilation in this room that you have decided to work on it in, as opposed to the forge, which has ventilation, which is why we do all of the work there. We have learned something today.
Bevan's gonna go, I mean, technically we did make it in the forge, but when we couldn't turn it off, we wanted to take it to a place where maybe it wouldn't bother everybody until we figured out how to turn it off.
I reiterate
she's just gonna look at him dead in the eye and go, have you thought about under the water of the forge? That's what it's there for.
No.
Yeah, I think Nightscale might have an opinion on that.
Nightscale
can take that go in the water. Just hold it underwater.
No, I guess we didn't think of that.
Well, I think y'all should have fun with that. Vic, you should totally come back once you're done setting this up to create those rooms, and you should meet my dad. Echo will say, as he has taken about as much of the smell as he can handle and is backing out of the room.
And the smell does begin to dissipate rather quickly once the item is off, because it's not like it's creating an actual gas, right? It's a magical effect, but yes, it's. And
prestidigitation on self, prestidigitation on all of the PCs to like clean that smell out of our
out of your hair, out of your clothes. Yeah. So you leave them feeling extremely penitent, or are you bringing them along with you?
I'm bringing them with me.
Okay, so they will very meekly follow along behind you as you make your way back.
We'll say in Dwarven to the two, hey, if you see Barnabas, send him to the Creather's rooms too. Like, can see that they're in total like punishment mode, like going to go write their lines.
Turns to them and says, "And you must beg forgiveness of General Bonewolf as part of your punishment, and then send him back home when you're done."
General Bonewolf really has to know about this.
Oh, he definitely does.
You think he's not going to find out?
What, were you
Listen.
planning to use it to prank him?
I'll make you a compromise. You tell him, or I will.
And if you don't and he doesn't, I will.
And who do you think he'll be happiest to hear it from?
I'm texting him right now.
You have a very, very brief window to minimize your agony here, so make wise use of it.
So where is the party heading here? And do you want to handle this apology on camera or off camera?
I think it's fine off camera.
Okay.
Yeah, they go back
We'll
to the
just
forge and fig.
move on from that.
Yep. Echo
right.
swings by whatever passes for a kitchen. I think, people get their breakfast and Echo will bring some back to the room.
As Echo is in the kitchens, he will run into the dwarf whose job it is to feed prisoners and guests, essentially, who is quite clearly putting together a platter of Anton's favorite foods. And just you notice that it's just a quick hi. You recognize this person, and as a reminder that Anton is indeed still under guard in a space.
Yep.
That is, should let him out.
I thought we were keeping him under wraps for his own protection until we have a better plan. Echo says, gesturing to the plate of like, is that a croissant? Who the fuck is spending the time to make croissants right now?
Oh, you know who's probably spending the time to make croissants, and she eats one and goes, "It's Maven. Do you not understand how much this lady cooks?"
They're also dwarven croissants, so they're
no.
capable of killing a goblin at 20 paces.
No, I actually...
Maven croissants, which means they make you feel better while you're dying.
Like, no, that's if you eat them. They're still capable of killing most creatures at 20 paces.
So Kreitha mentions Maven, and you see Echo gets a little reticent and like leans over to Kreitha's like, so aside from that brief conversation we had before she left with Calder and Charlotte and all of them, I don't know, I was getting this weird vibe from her that she doesn't like me very much. Am I alone in that? Is that just like a weird read I'm getting?
I don't think that Maven...
side eye.
I'm not really certain. I haven't had a chance to really talk to Maven. I have talked to her sons a couple of times, and her sons have spoken to Kevin several times, so I'm kind of getting information around the block, as it were. Yeah. Yes. So, but I'm given to understand she's very, I don't want to say traditional. I don't think that's right. Yeah. Like old-fashioned. Very old-fashioned. Yes, she is. Oh, how is it explained to me from Kevin? Kevin said she is grandma. She is grandma, and sometimes grandmas do not understand the younger people as well.
Keep in mind that
I did hear. Kevin told me. Kevin told me this wonderful story that apparently Maven freaked out because nobody thought to tell her that you look dead when asleep.
Yes, that did happen.
Upset at Calder?
Yes, that did happen. What was worse is it happened right after I drank a mysterious potion that I was trying to convince everyone was safe. So that was an oversight.
You do so well, Calder. I'm proud of you. I'm surprised she didn't kill you.
Oh no, she wanted to kill the person that gave me the potion, which would have been awkward and bad given the name of that person.
I was informed that person stopped her, and she felt very bad afterwards. But she still,
Yeah,
there
but
is a bit of like she definitely, I think she forgives you. Like Kevin said that her son said.
I adore Maven. Need to talk to Maven, in point of fact. But
Well, I mean, I think she's in the kitchen back there. If you want to go chat with her,
I should, because I have plans.
Was Vic going to say something?
Plans? Oh,
What?
when you say it like that, Calder, we know.
I figured Vic walked on ahead.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Vic is like, fuck this noise.
Vic is like, conversation is not for me, thank you.
I'm going to go chat with Maven because I should, and this is going to be a difficult enough talk without the fact that it's Maven, me trying to convince a centuries-old dwarven barbarian that I need to cast a very powerful magical spell on her. So,
Okay, so we're splitting the party. It sounds like Calder, you're going to be heading back into the kitchens with Maven, and Vic.
And I can continue my debate of whether or not sugar belongs in coffee.
Vic and Echo and Kretha, where are you three heading?
I thought we were headed back to my rooms.
Yeah, I thought Vic went to the forge to set them up
to
on
get,
the like.
Yep.
To get them dealt with.
Set up the boys, and then is going to meet back up with the to meet Echo's dad. Ghost, it has gone to the kitchen.
Perfect. So why don't we go ahead?
The goblins are grabbing food and heading back to the room.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and you wouldn't happen to have your Kretha hat or your Maven hat, would you? Or your bonnet?
Upstairs.
That's okay. No need to change hats.
The ladle.
Pretend we have imagination.
We have imaginations. Yes.
Get my ladle. Get my ladle.
The ladle.
We have imagination. It's really cool.
That tremendous creativity. I'm pretty sure we have other problems.
It's not like I can wear the beard right now.
We're imagining that I have my face visible and also a character on screen.
I mean, technically,
your face is visible.
That's not my face. That is like 2 years ago. My face. You're looking through time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And still seeing a face.
I feel like we're looking through time with a lot of our characters, though. To be honest, I mean, if you think about it, like what? I've been playing Echo for 3 years, 2.5 years, and Kretha for 2 years, and.
Okay. Save it for the post show. So let's go ahead. I'm going to say that Calder and Maven and potentially Ghost are going to meet up in the kitchen, and we'll go ahead and have that conversation. The kitchen smells fantastic. It is such a big contrast from the place you just came from. And again, like Maven has this almost supernatural ability to cook food for an army sort of all at once. So you see her with that ridiculously large ladle of hers, probably standing over a massive cauldron with multiple ovens going on at once in the kitchen.
Commanding like all of the other ones. Like she got to this kitchen and made it her kitchen.
It's actually an odd echo of that red cap that you saw back in the dancing hut, except with less cruelty and threats of maiming.
Maven.
Calder.
Good to see you. If I could have your attention, I can take some of this off your hands while we talk.
Should I trust you with the food?
He will gesture at the things that are like in like a stirring, very repetitive style of motion thing, and they'll just begin rotating on their own via telekinesis, both the feet and the spell.
Okay, well, if you do that too often, I might make you stay in the kitchen, and I know that that's not what you want.
Well, that's the thing.
I'm not here for food.
Talk to me later. I'll try and introduce you to a Stephen. Anyway, don't worry about it. I did have something I needed to talk to you about.
Right. Well, I mean, it's been a little while since I've seen you. I guess everything has gone well since we've gotten back. I'd assume you look a little haggard, and
I did resurrect the dead last night, so.
Of course you did.
And the wedding was lovely.
I'm glad to hear that the wedding was lovely. I am glad to hear.
And
Did
now
they enjoy some of the things we sent?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. All right.
The kobolds will be singing your praises and probably
I wish I could have
misspelling your name for
gone,
the next
although
for the
I
next
hear
three
something
generations.
about a dragon. I mean,
Yes, that did happen, and it is dead. Though that is a more nebulous concept when you're a dragon of that power.
I think it's a nebulous concept when you're around, because you just told me you raised the dead. Anyway, here, have this. You look like you're about to fall off. And she just hands him food and coffee because she knows how he takes coffee. So suddenly you have coffee, and it is like a mug of coffee. It's just like huge.
Solid mug of coffee. It's like, I know you hate it, but can I please add some cream into this?
You may do whatever you like. And she turns around. She already had the cream in hand.
Thank you.
M, feel free to have Ghost jump in anytime you like.
Oh, Ghost is actively trying to take something out of the like one of the ovens right now. He's just there. His stealth is bad. He got a 7 stealth. He is known. He is known, but he is still trying to be sneaky about it. He has shoved his whole hand into an oven.
Smacks it with her ladle.
With a 14 has managed to grab something, but he's hot potatoing it.
Yeah, she smacks his hand with her ladle.
So, Raven, I have an interesting revelation for you that you're probably not going to believe me when I say, but I need you to believe me regardless.
I will say that my suspension of belief and disbelief around you, Calder, is vastly different than I feel for anybody else I have ever met in my entire long life.
Then I will take pride in saying something that I know for a fact you are still going to have a difficult time believing. You are very clearly one of the most skilled fighters in this army of the Boulder Shoulder clan.
I'm the other one.
I will say that I don't actually believe you. You are correct.
That's fine. That doesn't matter. You still are.
I am a skilled cook, and I am an adequate fighter. And I don't think I've been able to fight long enough to be a skilled fighter.
Yes, you say all that, but you forget I was there.
Yeah, I was there too.
You threw down with a centuries-old eldritch nightmare hag.
I didn't get to do that. That's not fair. I wanted to do that.
Oh, you're going to get your chance with the real thing. This
Yay!
is the simulacra. Maven threw down with the simulacra.
So I could.
That was definitely an interesting fight.
So you remember the simulacra, right?
I do. I definitely have not forgotten the simulacra.
Here's the thing.
I have not.
Well, here's the thing. I learned a very, very. I've been thinking about that fight since it happened, and I think I can do it.
There needs to be way more. I'm sorry. Did you say you think you can do it? What do you mean? Like,
I can make a simulacra.
More pepper in this, please. You're not good at this, but more pepper.
The dwarf you're talking to will go ahead and rush over to the cabinet and grab the red pepper flakes.
Not the red pepper, the black pepper.
That's the red one. Do the extra. Ghost has taken the pepper.
Ghost, I will ban you from my kitchen if you keep that up. You will lose kitchen privileges.
I have an odd request because making a simulacra is very difficult and expensive. And so I need to be very selective in how I create one.
All right.
And
So are you trying to make another Baba Yaga to fight Baba Yaga?
No, no, of course not. I would make another me. And because I have mastery of certain qualities of magic that are no doubt giving other people very large headaches, I think I could make a copy of you.
You want to make a copy of me?
I want there to be a second Maven in the world.
2 more hands in the kitchen.
Not just 2 more hands in the kitchen, your hands. Someone who has all of your knowledge, all of your memories, and would have all of your abilities and understanding. They would be programmed into existence with the full knowledge that they are a simulacra. They are not really you, but they would have the ability. They would still have all of your requisite knowledge.
All of the dwarven like kitchen assistants have stopped.
Ghost
It's like,
continuing to
snap his
help
fingers,
the
like, if
kitchen.
Hold on,
anyone
hold on, hold
stops
on.
cooking because of this, I will hurt you.
One sec. M first.
Oh, Ghost is continuing to quote help unquote in the kitchen.
Calder will just like having heard everything. So I was like, everyone here will resume cooking, or I will hurt you.
They immediately resume cooking.
It is an involved process, so it would require your cooperation and an ice sculpture and a very, very large ruby. But I have other things taking care of that.
An ice sculpture?
Yes, I need something that can.
Very strange.
Calder will point at a boiling cauldron of water, and will cast control water to turn it from a boiling pile of water to an ice sculpture of Maven, and it will quickly melt back into the cauldron and then resume boiling because control water is dumb.
Questions. I mean, I assume that you're doing this because we have some difficult times coming up.
Yes.
How does the simulacrum? You say that this Maven, not Maven, is going to know that they're not.
They will know that they're not Maven. Do you have a maiden name that you go by?
Oh. Okay, I
like
don't even remember if I wrote a
you don't even but presumably Maven probably would.
Yeah.
A name they had before they were married into whatever part of the family that made them who they are.
She became an Iron Ladle.
Yeah, so an Iron Ladle. Yeah. So whoever we could typically in these scenarios they go by less used names. My simulacra would be going by my middle name that I don't use terribly often.
Well, I mean, a long time ago when
you wouldn't be able to share recipes because you would have the same recipes.
Okay. So I'm assuming you want this Maven to fight or to cook?
Both. Because I could make this probably by the end of tonight.
That doesn't give me lots of time to digest anything, does it?
This is true. But that's also possibly by design because I know you well enough to know that this is a hard sell and I will not make a duplicate of you without your consent.
May I ask another question?
Certainly.
Not to belabor the point, but while I have not been out, I haven't been out much, you know. Mm-hmm. I spend most of my time either forging or cooking. Mm-hmm. And then I got to do my one adventure so far. Mm-hmm. Admittedly, it was a lot. I definitely am a different dwarf than when I went. And I expected that. I expected to change. You do change on adventures. That was more than an adventure. That was...
We went into the Nightmare Hut of Baba Yaga.
Yes. I guess the thing is I know, obviously, you're making another one of yourself. You would do that regardless. It's you.
Yes, in addition to being an absolutely incalculable, arrogant asshole, I happen to also be a very powerful magic user, and the only thing more scary than me is two of me.
Two of you, yes. But I've met others, not just our friends who went with us, but
yes,
I have, being here, gotten to meet others in this area.
And you want me to know why I chose you?
Why me? Yes. Why the inexperienced
we are about to
grandmother cook?
The battle that we are about to enact is going to involve a fight with several powerful entities, two of which are known quantities. One is Belak, whom I have active experience in killing. So I'm confident in my abilities there. Another is Morgenthal, and that fucker needs to be killed, but no one knows how yet because we haven't figured it out yet. But then there's Baba Yaga. She will be there. We'll be fighting against her. While there, we only have one semi-proven formula of how to fight a Baba Yaga. And it involves you, me, a Charlotte who is not here.
He's not here.
Tasha, who will not let me use this on her because she can probably just do it herself, and Delmain, and I don't know where the fuck he is. So
you have a Dalmatian?
Don't worry about it.
I would love in that moment, like the camera just zooms out a little bit from the kitchen and pans down a hallway, and it's just Delmain walking out of sight. Like you see the back of his cloak. Like that's all we get of him, and then it zooms back in.
That's fully canon. That's fully canon.
We know that you know how to fight Baba Yaga. You've done it before. We know that you are extremely deadly in battle. We know that you can stand up to extremely powerful elf monstrosities and win. I could make a simulacra of virtually anybody, anyone that we know. I would not want to without their consent, and as this is my magic and I will use it how I please, I would rather duplicate a person who has utility in combat and utility out of combat, because she will have all of your abilities, including your mystical levels of skill in the kitchen, which means we will have doubled your ability to produce more of your food.
Speaking of, hold on one sec. Speaking of mystical abilities in the kitchen, M, how exactly is Ghost helping right now?
Oh my god. Food is getting so screwed up. She is.
So, Ghost is helping by whenever a chef has put down a spice thing, he will taste the food that has gotten the new spice in it and go, and then add more spice to it.
While poor Maven is distracted, Ghost is just overspicing absolutely everything.
What is she going to do? Fight me about it?
You don't know Maven very well, do you, Ghost?
Yes, she was. See how good I am at this?
I think they're about to learn.
Oh my.
The
Okay,
final piece
so
is that
I do have a couple of other questions.
The other piece is that you are also one of the most skilled fighters I have ever seen. You are durable, and that durability will extend the longevity of any duplicate I create. It is a simple.
You don't have to sell
choice.
that part. I understand that part. I'm not going to dismiss your arguments there at all. The only thing is the simulacrum either will be more or less powerful than me, depending on whether the simulacrum has access to the same stuff. I mean, I'm good on battlefield, but I'm
your equipment your equipment will not be duplicated. It will just be you, not
that's
your
what
belt,
I was wondering.
not your giant belt, not anything like that. That will still belong to you, and you should still wield it. But we can still give this simulacra an array of other powerful tools that we will have access to because we still have the forge.
Well, pardon me a second.
Mhm.
Just one moment. She turns around, walks over, and
Ghost has emptied an entire container.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna pause for just a moment. I'm gonna set up the table really quick because I'm gonna want some actual attack rolls here. Okay, so one more time, Jen. So you turn around. Ghost is in the middle of emptying an entire canister of some sort of spice into
I
something.
would like to take an initiative, please.
Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and Calder, you can go ahead and roll initiative as well. Let's get in on this. All good, and I am putting in Maven as well if I can find her. We have so many characters in this.
I know.
Let's go.
No,
Hold
really.
up. I think I have advantage on
There's Maven.
Initiative.
initiative.
Okay, so Calder, you got an 18. Nalmani, you go, or Ghost, go ahead and roll again. Maven, you're at 13. That's a 16 for Ghost. Okay, so
But
Maven.
is there a surprise round?
Surprise rounds aren't a thing. I lost you, M. Okay, we're back after a couple of minor technical difficulties. We are in initiative. Technically, first in the initiative is Calder. You see what is about to happen. What do you do?
You don't gotta do anything.
You don't got to do anything.
Calder still has telekinesis up, so he's going to hold his action for now.
Mhm.
He will move over to the pot where he has his telekinesis spell stirring and will take over, so he has his telekinetic force ready.
Okay. Ghost. So you're pouring a thing in, and you see Maven.
Mechanically speaking, my held action is when somebody would receive injury. I wish to use telekinesis to interrupt that attack.
Okay, I'll take it. Yeah.
Smacking. So, I don't want anyone to take any HP worth of damage.
Sure, I'm down with that. Ghost. You've got danger sense, so you tell me, what do you do?
So do I.
Oh, I'll
Maven's-
dodge it. The pot or shaker or whatever of the insert spice here is now in the soup.
As your
The
as
whole
your
shaker?
dodge action.
Yeah, I'll just like scoot out the way. Yeah.
Oh man, the dodge action. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody actually use that. Is it disadvantage?
Yeah, dodge action.
Yeah, I
Okay.
use it all the time because Echo's
That's
got
right.
it as a bonus
Yeah,
action.
yeah, I'll take the dodge.
Okay. That
As
will
GM he sees it and goes, "Cool, never attacking you."
that'll bring us to Maven. Maven, what do you do?
Maven. She obviously was trying to smack the thing out of the way and see.
Make the
these-
attack roll.
Well, if you're trying to grapple, it's not an attack roll.
Yeah, like the thing is that if you're going to dodge it, your action comes before my action.
Right.
The dodge action just imposes disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then she is going to. I mean, she's using her great club.
Yeah.
Hit me.
She is not doing it in the manner of obviously of the weight weapon mastery, like the whole
Sure.
crazy thing.
Yeah.
Like she's not trying to really hurt. She's just trying to get
Yeah.
She's grandma smacking.
It's a bonk.
right. It's a bonk.
Go ahead and
Right,
roll
You
that.
can choose to do non-lethal damage with a
That's
melee attack.
perfectly fine.
Like I was mostly trying to smack the hand and get the thing to smack like the thing out of the way. So we'll see how this goes.
Roll
All
the
right.
attack with disadvantage.
With disadvantage. So disadvantage. See, please work. Oh,
Yeah.
good. At least. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
a
I rolled a
17. Is that enough to hit Ghost?
No.
Wait. I rolled a 2 and it dropped. Wait, no, plus 2.
Yeah.
I dropped
Yeah, yeah,
11.
yeah.
You have a plus 15 because of that ridiculous
Oh,
goddamn
yeah.
belt you have. Remember,
Oh, yeah.
your
Yeah.
strength modifier is plus
Hate
9
that.
right now.
I forgot. I have not really played her with the
So
advantages from this
so
set. She doesn't know her own strength.
let's do a quick description because yes.
Also, Maven has more than one attack.
Yeah, she does.
Take
She has action surge if she got real.
if
twitchy
if
about
you
it.
want to take that second attack, take that second attack.
Oh my god.
We'll do a description
she would
afterwards.
not want to do a second attack. She
Okay.
would smack, and then she would scruff.
Okay,
Okay, that's grapple, which you can use your second
Yeah.
attack to do.
Grapple.
Yeah.
okay. So with grapple, it is an opposed
It's for Maven, it's a strength athletics, and then Ghost gets to either do strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics.
and dodge
Yes.
does not affect this.
Nope.
So you are so strength athletics, so athletics for Maven and an athletics or acrobatics from Ghost. Go.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so now let's do a description.
All right.
Tell me, both of you, how this goes down.
Well, I
So
would assume. Go.
I'm assuming like no, Ghost is a twiggy slippy elf bitch.
Yeah.
So
Like I did manage to hit your hand or something with the ladle, but then when I reached to scruff you, you slipped out of the way. At the time,
Absolutely.
she is like, Ghost, do you have like a longer name, or does only anybody ever know you as Ghost?
Ghost is known as the Ghost.
Nelmani is also known.
Yes, that's true. But like it's like Ghost is a more of a title than anything else.
So
Okay, well
I'm
then
like the
fine.
Rock.
Obviously, she's not going to be pulling I'm going to pull every name that we know of you out of the sun. So she would probably be like, Ghost, you. Oh God, I'm trying to think of something. I have to think of something.
Insult me in Dwarvish. I can't speak it.
Yeah, it would be in Dwarvish. It would be like
You
Ghost,
slippery
and then
Glimmer.
you slippery like. Oh gosh, it would be some dwarven insult that is usually gone over to like dimwit children.
to be
And
clear,
let me give you the insult my French grandmother used to use on us. Tête de pioche. It means hard-headed colloquially. Literally, it means pickaxe head.
Oh, that's actually a really
That's really good.
fantastic dwarven.
That's really good.
The concept
Dang.
is your head is so hard I could use it to break rocks.
say it one more time.
That is
Tête
fantastic.
de pioche.
I love it.
I will never be able to say that properly because I
Tête
suck
de
at
pioche.
French so
Tête de
hard.
pioche.
You pickaxe head, get out of my kitchen.
Pickaxe head, get out of my kitchen. Yes.
And
Oh my God, that's so
how does Ghost sort of dance out of the way?
I think Ghost will be cheeky as hell, and
Yeah.
will start adding things to the plate that he had already started collecting. Like, I know it's an active kitchen, but it is also currently a buffet table for him.
So she swings the spoon. She tries to grab Ghost by the scruff of the neck, and Ghost just like dips and darts and grabs another piece of food and drops it on the plate and like steps back away from the hand that's trying to grab him and grabs another piece of food, puts it on the plate. Does Ghost stay in the kitchen or scurry away?
Ghost will like kind of like do a circuit before popping out. If Maven like continues to advance, he will blur and appear at the door.
Yeah, I mean, Maven would probably continue to advance to get Ghost to stop, and would be continuing in dwarven invective.
Do we want to continue with round 2?
I'm fine with it. Ghost's eyes for sure is going to be like lit up with like the fight. Like we should actually fight. This is actually very fun. He says as he ducks underneath something.
You have no more kitchen privileges. They are revoked. And she turns and she looks at every single one of the people in the kitchen. If you let this man into this kitchen, and I discover it.
Ghost
will
has
be your
fully
head.
started copying Maven's motions as she's just like standing behind her like, and don't you dare let me into this kitchen because I will touch everything.
Hits from behind.
I'll take it.
Rage hits from behind.
We're raging.
Goes into rage.
Okay.
So
Seems valid.
So I love the idea of like Ghost got a little, ghost-ish by using the blur to get over, and then a bunch of other angry, ghostly dwarves appear around Maven as she goes into a rage, also shouting Ghost out of the kitchen.
Pretty much.
This
Yeah.
seems
Suddenly
very
they all have ladles.
targeted. This seems incredibly targeted to me. I don't understand what I did wrong.
I hit him.
Take the attack roll.
It's normal. It's not a disadvantage.
It's and you can decide whether you're gonna reckless or not.
Oh, if she's in rage. I don't know if this is reckless or not. I tried to click something, so we'll find out.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
With a
That's really
28, now Calder, your held action will go off because this is a full-on like club to the back of the head. So Calder, telekinesis requires, I believe, an opposed strength check.
It is an opposed strength check to my against my like spellcasting pool.
Okay.
That is if that was my goal. that would be if that was my goal.
Okay. What is your goal with your held action?
My held action was to put a table between them.
Okay. I'm down with that.
Like just putting a physical barrier between the two of them.
We're really close. That's probably gonna kind of bruise. Like,
No. I got this. Okay.
And
so
creating a barrier in between the two of them, so they
Okay. No, I got this. I got this from here.
The statement is that Maven, you are destroying the very thing you're trying to create.
Okay, so I am going to Maven. Go ahead and roll damage. Roll it onto the thing, not onto. No,
I'm not even
please.
sure which one I'm supposed to grab. Oh, it did do.
That was plus. That was a plus 10. So yes, you are doing the great club damage.
Hold on.
I know what's gonna happen. I just need to see the damage number. Good God. Okay, so here's what happens. Okay. The spirits come out and begin in Dwarven, all 4 or 5 of them begin chattering and swearing at Ghost as Ghost is saying, I am being targeted, I don't know what's going on. And Calder is able to float a step stool in between. And the ladle goes right through the step stool. The step stool soaks 10 points of the damage. The other 18 clocks Ghost right in the dome.
I'll take it.
Non-lethally.
Non-lethally.
Fine.
Wait.
Technically, it is Ghost's action. Do you have anything you want to do, or are you getting out of the kitchen?
I think Ghost is going to get slightly closer to Maven and go, I like you. You're fun. Is going to bop her on the nose with a slice of bread, shove
Boink.
it in his mouth, and then pop out of the room.
And gone. Oh,
there is that after image of Ghost that's still there, and it's kind of taunting a little bit, and then it disappears.
Oh, the ghostly grandma's shoo it away.
Yeah, get out.
I'm still kind of raging in the center of my kitchen.
Yeah,
nobody wants to touch me except Calder. Calder's I know how to deal with her.
The bread had soup on it, so she does have soup on her nose.
Of course. Well, and the ladle had soup on it, so you got soup all over your
okay.
nose.
Along with the wood splinters, yes.
Yeah, from the
where half the damage is coming from.
Ghost is having a good time, actually. Ghost will remember this for at least 2 days.
Ghost absconds from the kitchen. There are a couple of whispers of, how does Lady Maven expect us to keep that out of here? And
she's raging. Can she hear this? Let me do a perception.
Go for it. Tell me what the result is. Yeah, 20. You're absolutely able to hear that muttering.
Oh, so she and the ancestors round upon that person. That sound. If you want to keep your job and keep your life, then you will find a way.
Yes, ma'am.
And you fix this, and she takes the soup that has been ruined and slams it in front of them and goes, Calder, we must speak more. I think I am done for now. And she fucking leaves the kitchen because if she stays, she's gonna hurt somebody else.
Can I actually make a survival check to see if I actually improve the soup or ruined it?
Is this survival or luck?
I think it should be survival because I feel like that's what Ghost has.
I will allow it.
Oh my god.
That's an 8.
It was almost good.
So
It was so close to being good.
after Maven sweeps out of the room, one of the dwarves will pull a spoon and will like take a taste of it and go,
There's so much basil in it. There's so much basil.
Ugh.
Where did
Tastes
I
like a
even get
window
this
garden.
much basil?
You know who would probably like this? All those fucking druids. Let's give this to the druids. It's got plants in it. They'll love that.
Calder, you find yourself in a room
Bitches love
surrounded by very scared-looking dwarfs, one of which walks up to you and says, "Well, that was quite entertaining."
That
And
is a word that it could be used to describe that.
and this
Wait.
this dwarf will indeed polymorph out of dwarvish form, and Tasha is standing next to you in the kitchen.
Hello, Tasha.
Greetings, Mr. Creed.
I hope that your stay here hasn't been terribly harrowing.
How is it that you can make 2 simulacra?
I am not a wizard.
Ah, I see.
I am a sorcerer, and therefore I am able to manipulate my abilities in meta magic.
Fascinating. I would wish to observe this ritual, if that is all right with you.
I have something that I would ask for in trade.
I'm listening.
He'll tap his blood well vial.
Ah, yes. She'll hold her hand out.
Take it off. Hand it.
Give me some time. She'll pocket it.
And in the meantime, I also have something that I believe you will find of worth. And he'll reach into his coat pocket and will hand Tasha a scroll. I did not get the opportunity to hand this to you in the hut, but I have a feeling you will find it interesting.
She'll open the scroll case and she'll.
It is the spell that Calder invented. The
clothes beam.
Clothes beam, yes. Move of wardrobe.
You are a vain man, Mr. Creed.
You say that like you aren't.
She'll shrug and she'll nod.
You can say, you judge it all you want. You can't tell me you would not find a use for that spell.
She'll roll it up. She'll put it back in the case. She'll stow it. Let's go ahead and move the camera over.
Just say, like, game recognized game. Okay.
I do like, because she was polymorphed and it wasn't an illusion, that when she comes back into full Tasha-ness, she still probably has like a dwarven-sized kitchen apron just over her clothes.
Like just the Tasha I am a witch regalia with a dwarven apron.
So good.
That's a piece of art waiting to happen. So we are going to go ahead and move the camera back over to Kretha's room. So I hope, Jen, that you can jump back into that accent pretty quickly.
Oh, I was doing my best not to.
You were
do the
trying
accent
so
for
hard.
me, and
It
was
came
very
through
hard.
a little bit, but that's good. So
Well, I'm wearing the outfit, so it makes it even harder.
so
I do get a psychological boost from wearing the outfit.
back to the chambers of Lady Regent Kretha. Talk to me about how Echo and Kretha and I believe Vic eventually get together in that space.
Yeah, I think like Echo and Kretha get back there with the food. Cynric's probably still sleeping. They're both clerics, so I think maybe they take a quiet moment in front of the hearth, put a cloche on the food to keep it warm, and just like, spend their hour that they do after a long rest repicking their spells, that sort of a thing, just kind of like in quiet contemplation. Echo's very good at sinking into a meditation and just kind of doing that. And I think
Kretha's not actually good at sinking into a meditation. That is not a Kretha thing at all. Oh my god. Like, when I say she's a cleric, she's really a cleric in name only. She's a cleric of Forge.
Yeah, so I think Echoes maybe has been helping her with that a little bit, of the, like, he kind of talks them through it, of like, okay, breathe in, breathe out, count this in your head, focus on this feeling, and like, this might not be this isn't the first time they've done this together. Like,
Yeah.
Echo is being a big brother and helping Kretha with as little as he knows about being a cleric learn to be a cleric. And I think they're just about wrapping that up when probably Vic comes by and they actually start like eating breakfast and whatnot.
And when Vic makes her way back to the suite, Kevin will be with her. Yeah, so Kevin will be there as well, and we can go ahead and jump into that scene after your little guided meditation.
Yep. And I think what gives them away is that Lou's tail starts wagging and like making a little noise.
Ding, ding, ding,
Yes.
ding, ding, ding.
Just like, and I think we're about to have guests for breakfast. Yep, and the door opens. Hey, you come on in. Pats the hearthrug, like, come on, join us on the floor.
It's at least warm over here.
Kevin will come in. Those two, I swear.
You missed them.
They have good ideas. They just don't understand the concept of proper communication.
I don't know if you've noticed this about dwarves and crafting, but it's kind of a big source of pride, and therefore it's kind of also a big source of shame if it doesn't turn out right. As Echo's like handing out pies, like little hand pies.
But if they're intending to attempt to be magically crafting a tune, they need to acknowledge that when they have issues, they need to not hide it in an enclosed space at the very minimum.
Yes, it could have been much more dangerous, right? It's one thing to have something that smells really bad, but for all we know, that could have exploded.
They're also, like, if I'm reading this right, they're pretty young for dwarves, aren't they? Like, they're kind of a young adult level of dwarf age, right? Like, I was looking around this.
I mean, they're older than me, but that doesn't mean much.
I don't have any dwarves.
Yeah, no, when I was younger, I had to learn that lesson a few times about asking for clarification from mentors. Oh man, I broke my leg in 3 different places trying to do an acrobatic move that I was not ready for.
Well, no harm done.
So we've been a little busy, Evan.
Yes. And in fact, I believe we have a new guest. Yes? Should I be setting up some quarters for him?
I think he'll be in my rooms once he is well enough to be moved to my rooms. Echo will point to the bed where Cedric is. He only speaks Goblin, so do you speak Goblin, Kevin?
No, I don't speak Goblin.
We're working on it.
If you could just,
I have a few words, but mostly swears.
Yes.
Those are the funnest part of a language to learn. But yeah, if you can just let the general guards know that the goblin count in the Stone Tooth has gone up. His name's Cynric.
It's Echo's father.
Oh yeah. How much of the what have you heard about what we've done in here? Like, what are the rumors so far?
Hold on.
I don't know if there's
He
been
looks down.
enough.
So Kevin Bone Wolf looks down at the goblin that is not like visibly younger than Echo, but like clearly in the same rough age range as Echo, because he's coming back at the age that he was when he passed.
Which was 15 and Echo is 16. Yeah.
And he says, "Okay. Is he doing all right? He looks a little Is it weird to say that he looks pale? I mean, his coloring's a little bit.
I mean, he was always a bit pale. We lived underground. I'm this tan. Is it tan when I'm green? I'm this vibrant of a green because I didn't spend a lot of time indoors.
Echo.
Mm-hmm.
Do we? I mean, we can trust him.
Do we what?
Tell him why?
What?
That I don't understand. What were we keeping secret about this? That's my dad over there.
Yes, well, yes, but Kevin, do you realize that his dad was rather dead about 8 hours ago?
Oh.
For like 11 years, yeah.
Oh. All right.
And like I said, we've been busy.
It sounds like
the wedding. I wish you could have gone. I really wish you could have gone.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a fun party.
We fought a dragon.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard you kicked its ass too.
I got to kill it. It was fun.
You did get to kill it, and I caught the bouquet.
Yes, we have to talk about that.
So maybe we can look forward to another wedding at some point in the near future? Does Barnabas know?
I mean, Barnabas was there.
Yeah,
at the wedding.
Yeah.
So he saw this happen. So if he is unaware, he will be aware sooner or later. Because one of us is going to definitely be saying, because I'm not going to keep my mouth shut in this situation. If we live through all of this shit, you are definitely marrying that man.
I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea.
Speaking of
and
which,
that's why you're definitely marrying the man. If you were opposed to it, I would be a little, very saddened. But come on.
Speaking of which, Sven has told me that there was another unauthorized use of the teleportation circle just in the past few hours. So I just wanted to make sure everyone is on guard. I'm not too terribly worried. There haven't been any reports of any incidents or anything like that, but just something
It's just a guard in the room noticing that the sigils glow for a bit and then go, but they don't see anyone. How do you know it's not the Dwergar using it? Because they can be invisible.
Could be, but I would think that if they were allies, that they wouldn't have to feel the need to sneak about like that. Then again, yeah, okay, don't give me that look.
Nah,
I feel it's my job to let you know these things.
I mean, yes.
I'm counting my days right. Our next check-in with Arnon is in 2 days out in the Glitterhaim, so that should be okay.
Just keep your wits about you.
Aside from that, how is it going out there? How is your shift?
Everybody's fighting fit, and we have continued the push towards the Gulthias tree. And in fact, we are nearly ready to stage scouting parties to the tree itself. We've had to fight for every meter of ground, but we've been making good progress. The enemy is numerous, but they are not nearly as organized or as fighting fit as we are. At least not outside of the full moon.
Yeah. Turns to Vic. You're gonna. This is you getting off shift, right? You'll be in the room for a bit.
Yeah, I can be.
Okay. being gone all of yesterday, I didn't do my normal heading down to the healing chambers and helping remove curses. So I should probably get on that today. But I kind of want someone to be in the room for when he wakes up. Gestures at his dad, just and if it's someone who speaks Goblin, even better.
Jeff, I'm going to go ahead and say that whenever you want, if you are heading into the same direction, you and Tasha can arrive in the scene whenever you decide you want to drop in.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can post a guard. That's not a big deal.
It's not so much about a guard thing, so much as a hey, don't freak out in this wildly new environment kind of a thing,
Yeah, admittedly, as a goblin waking up to a couple of armed dwarves in the room might not be the best idea.
Nah. Well, and Vic's got a friendly face. Said with 100% sincerity.
Kevin's face does not change at all.
Yeah. So
Don't throw yourself out, but hey, do what you need. I probably should at one point go be all mistress of the 4G.
Oh yeah. Wanted to talk about that. I've got some requests to put in now that we've got a little bit better understanding of what we're heading towards. I don't know if it's something that can be forged, but then again, I don't understand the fucking magic that is the thing. Can you forge me a magic item, oil of slipperiness? Is that a thing that can be forged?
I can make you one.
That'll work too.
I mean, I have gotten decent at the forge, but for things that are new and interesting and dare I say innovative, is that how you say the word? And
Close
she
enough.
tries to pronounce it again, and it's obvious that her yeah, it's well, yeah, really, Vic is definitely the one that we go to for this. I mean, I can do a lot more than I never thought that I was going to be able to do something like this. But yeah, I would say Vic would be able to do something interesting.
As far as weapons, Vic, I'm still using these adamantine, foot knuckles. They're great. So I don't really need any more weapons. But magic wise, oil of slipperiness, and maybe a potion of heroism if you got time for that. That does just be my request.
Vic pulls out the fucking recipe book. Let me look at it. Give me a sec.
Are we talking about magical items we want made?
Calder!
Hey!
I brought Tasha.
What?
Well,
Maybe that explains the teleportation circle.
yeah.
The guy
Tasha?
stands up what?
Turns to Tasha. Did you use the teleportation circle to get here?
Well, of course.
Did you do so unseen?
Well, of course.
Okay, then that would explain it.
Kevin, by the way, still completely unfazed. This
you
legendary witch walks into the room, and he's just taking it as a matter of course.
Did you give her the code for that?
The address?
Yeah.
It's not exactly that secret information. It's kind of out there at this point.
What?
I could acquire it if I didn't know it already.
I think I could probably do the oil in time, but I'd have to see resources wise about the potion.
Vic is still just going through the book. Tasha has walked
Greet
into
is
the
just
room.
looking
Vic
at
is
Tasha, because Greet has not met Tasha, and Greet is
I do have an odd request that will be, more jewelry oriented than forging. Vic?
Huh?
I've sketched this out, and I'll present a odd looking ruby medallion type thing.
The periapt of health?
No, it's literally just a ruby medallion. I need it that way because I intend to use it as an offering for a spell.
For the simulacrum.
Yes.
Potions are a specialty of mine. I have not access to my to my cauldron in the hut, but I can make what you need.
That's the thing about there's a new spell in the new edition called Tasha's Boiling Cauldron, which is literally I summon a cauldron that makes potions.
Well, hi, I'm Echo. Nice to meet you.
Good
Oh
afternoon.
yes, may as well foster introductions. This is, and I will go around the room, just go down the names of everyone in the room, and everyone. Tasha, legendary spellcaster of such spells such as Tasha's Boiling Cauldron, Tasha's Caustic Brew, Tasha's just like listing some rapid fire, very powerful high end spells.
Yeah.
I prefer either Natasha or Igvilv, but Tasha will suffice.
Vic doesn't look particularly phased.
That's just Vic, though.
Vic might not get all of the cultural context for why this is a big deal.
Alternately, she'll just look at Tasha, nod, and then continue going on her thing. And she'll probably at some point turn around and be like, I have the recipe for oil of slipperiness. Do you have a faster way of making it?
How long would it take you?
At most, probably about 14 days. Unless if something goes incredibly wrong.
Perhaps if we put our heads together, we can make it more quickly.
I'd be willing to do it.
And I think, friends, this is a good place to pause because it is 11:45 over on the East Coast. So we can pick up this scene another day and finish this up. Okay, we are back, and obviously we're not wearing the same clothes, so either we all did a very quick change or this is a separate recording session. And let's go ahead and move on to the evening of this night. So just as a quick recap, because for the people watching, this happened just a second ago, the last thing we talked about was maybe building some items. Tasha showed up, and you were thinking about making some potions. Oil of Slipperiness came up. And now we're going to fast forward to that evening. Tasha has been, well, who knows where she is.
She's been given a room.
She's been given a
and
room.
A suite.
But
not Preetha's room.
but given true polymorph, who knows where she's actually at. And that's all fine. I'm sure there's no problems there. Let's go ahead and move to the scene we were planning where Calder and Maven are doing their ritual. Who else is being invited to this 8-hour ritual, right? It does take 8 hours to do a simulacrum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who is gonna be at this scene?
Did you invite Calder?
Calder would invite Ghost and Echo, pretty much just those two.
And I
Calder
assume
invites
Maven.
Ghost to this? Or Maven's just a ghost?
After what happened? All right then.
To park, specifically to, like, much like at the resurrection, park Ghost at the barrier.
Hey, can you be
Anyone,
on guard duty?
anyone who wants to interrupt us, don't.
That's fair. Ghost makes an excellent bouncer. I'm gonna close my door
I'm good
really
at
quick.
bouncing, yes.
I'm gonna close my door really quick. Why don't you go, or why don't you all go ahead and set the scene? This is your scene.
Yeah, I think in the lead up, if Echo was asked to help, he's really like, okay, cool, 8 hours. I'm gonna get enough water, enough food. I'm gonna have like 2 runners outside that if I need them to go grab something, they can. Like, Echo's taking this seriously.
How secure are places like of like high magical significance? I'm thinking like the Glitterheim.
It wouldn't hurt right now, so.
The Glitterheim is not secure at all. It's got like a dozen different ways to get in and out of it.
Yeah, I need somewhere secure, somewhere small, but I also don't want it to be like where any dumb jackass dwarf can wander in.
I mean, you could just
Nightscale's Cave. No one's gonna go into that pit.
Aren't there a few kobolds down there now?
There's a whole clan of kobolds down there now.
Cool. They can
You've been gone for a couple of weeks. A lot of kobolds have moved in.
That's right. Fine.
Maybe just your rooms. One door.
Yeah.
Or Maven's rooms. Are her kids going to be there? Like,
I mean, her kids don't live with her. They're adults with themselves, so they're in the fighting forces. So they would be probably in different rooms. She has her own room.
Echo doesn't know that, and thus is like, are they going to be there? Maybe I should bring more food. I should prep more food. Okay.
You
will
should
help
prep
you
food.
get
This
food
is
from the kitchen.
Maven.
I can say, if you decide to, for example, invite a certain dwarven wizard along, things like arcane locks become a possibility. Things like warding spells become a possibility.
Cool. I will, in fact, go talk to Sven.
Okay.
I need a place of magical significance. I need it to be. I need at least 8 hours of privacy, and in exchange for your consideration, you will get to witness a very rare manipulation of a ritual.
Oh, yes, I think we can arrange something like that. I mean, this entire citadel is of magical significance. So if that's what you're looking at, anything around here should work.
I don't care about association. I mean place of power.
Well, there's the forge itself.
That's taken. That is taken.
That is taken. You are right. There's the conference room or the chapel. The chapel is an excellent idea.
Yes. Good. Perfect.
To the chapel and
I need a cistern. I need 2 medium-sized cisterns of water.
Okay. What else?
Various components. I've already commissioned Vic to finish the ruby I need.
All right. Yeah, I can make that happen.
And yeah.
Okay. And he'll send runners off to find some water. I mean, the forge is right next to a stream.
Yeah.
So water is easy to come by.
Once everything is gathered in the chapel, Ruby delivered, cisterns gathered. Calder will have Maven like, okay, I need you to sit and not move, and this will be for a long time.
I will note that unless you are making moves to bar her, Tasha did say that she wanted to be present for this as well.
This is being allowed with the understanding that I am expecting something in trade.
Of course.
Like I am giving her 2 rare magical novelties.
Yes.
So
Maven walks in, Echo's in the corner with like some like food that won't go bad, just like some finger foods. Like he has, waters for people, some pillows.
This
Like
comfort will be helpful for this because it is a long ritual that is very magically intensive. So once everything is like kind of set up, Calder will use control water to shape a ice sculpture of Maven and then an ice sculpture of himself.
Maven absolutely coos over the ice sculpture because it's beautiful,
It's like the water just sort of like hops out of it, like is a free-forming statue of Maven, and then condenses into an ice statue and just sits in place.
Like that's fucking cool, But yeah, Maven, that is just incredible. Like I know that this is not your normal thing, but I feel like you could like make a living just being an artist.
Calder will chuckle at that and will like, are you ready? This will be very unusual for you.
Did you bring a second pair of clothes?
That was on the list.
Yeah,
like a bathrobe.
She pulls out her second best set of clothes.
Ghost has my permission to make various twin-related jokes under the condition that Ghost punches anybody else who tries.
Love it.
I do not understand this.
You're going to see 2 of me and 2 of Maven.
Yes, but what type of jokes would I make with that? Can you explain in detail so I can then use them later?
You see, there is a very common, very unfortunate trope that occurs with twins because that tends to be a very sexualized relationship. And I am creating a mystical duplicate of myself and Maven, 2 very charismatic and attractive individuals, and therefore would be subjected to these sorts of jeering comments if left unattended.
Maven
is this like a go fuck yourself joke?
More or less, and various ones like it.
Maven leans over to Echo and goes, I didn't think about this. They couldn't use the simulacrum as like
only if
ladies
you
of
yourself,
the night, could they?
Only if you yourself would be amenable to that behavior.
No, it is all of your personality. So it would react as you would.
Maven, it is you. You will be in 2 places at once.
I mean, and Echo leans in quieter and says in Dwarven, I mean, unless you've like always secretly wanted to do that kind of stuff, then maybe she will. I
don't know. Regardless, I don't need that as I am performing this ritual. And Ghost, you have my permission to extract payment for anyone who tries. Today's price is 3 teeth.
Teeth are not very expensive, though.
I know, but if they want to make these jokes, they will pay in 3 teeth.
What about the ribs?
Ribs is where we go after they are out of teeth.
Just a tiny clarification. The spell has a 12-hour casting time, not 8.
We're going to be here a while.
There will be bathroom breaks, right?
Oh, yeah, huh?
I know
Well,
that
we can
somebody's gonna hold it.
we can move. We can move around the place, but it is a ritual. There are components that require our immediate attention while at the right moment. I will coordinate all that. It'll be fine.
Okay.
There's an immediate privy
I-
just beyond that corner right there, just for the chapel.
I want to reassure you. I mean, you have to remember, I work in the kitchen,
Mhm.
usually as the lead. I understand the concept of ritual because, in many ways, making a meal, especially for many people, is a ritual. You have to do things at certain times and certain steps, and you have to be there, but you're not necessarily doing the same things all the time or doing anything. I understand.
Maven, I raised someone from the dead yesterday. I understand the importance of ritual probably better than anybody right now.
I
Is
wasn't
there,
saying you didn't. I was just letting you know I did.
So let's start.
Yes.
Rob, has the door been locked already?
Has the door been locked already?
Ghost, I believe that to you.
Oh, I am locking the door. I thought there was a wizard that was going to do it.
Is Sven here?
Oh, right, yes.
Wait, I have to go grab something real quick. I just wanted to make sure I could sneak out and then sneak back in without having to bang on the door. I'll be right back.
Yes, that's fine.
Ghost is gonna go to the kitchen.
And-
Don't worry about
I'm
it.
getting extra snacks.
Don't
David
worry
is
about
not eating anything Ghost is bringing, by the way. Nothing.
As
I'm
a
I'm
side
just
note,
I'm gonna get weird stuff and then I'll come back in.
As a side note, Tasha is sitting quietly in the corner and will not be really saying or doing anything over the 12 hours of the ritual except observing.
Calder will set things up, and for what anyone of magical ability and knowledge, it looks very similar to a normal simulacra type, like rite or ritual. It's just that there are two ice sculptures, and that feels a little weird, especially given the fact there's not twice as many offerings. The crux of the ritual is the ruby worth like 1,500 gold pieces. It is a very expensive gemstone.
It is what is consumed.
And he is the way he'll manifest this, because I get a special effects budget for this. As Calder sets up the magics and starts intoning, our shadows will be diverted away from us and into the gem. It'll be this constant pulling flow like water from us into the gemstone. And as long as you stay in, it will feel weird. Like parts of you are cold and in different relations than there probably should be. It feels like your shadow is in places it normally isn't. So it's
good. So it feels like menopause.
Yeah, more or less. It's like the shadows are falling in different places than they should, and that's a disquieting thing to your visual perception, because you're subconsciously very used to how shadows behave, and they are suddenly not behaving that way.
It's the Vashta Narada.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
So the shadows are being pulled, and if you look at your shadow, you will see it going against the light towards the gem.
That's fun and creepy. That'll be a fun painting to do, maybe.
And over the course of the ritual, the shadow in the middle of the gem is rolling and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's the size of a bead, so it's going from the size of a BB to the size of a marble.
Mm-hmm.
And then a similar tether will appear and attach the shadows from the gem into the simulacra, and as it goes on, it's like ink is starting to fill the inside of the ice statues and slowly rise until they are and over the course of 12 hours until they are both full.
Can Echo do an Arcana check?
By all means. I don't have the board up, so tell me what you get.
It's probably not going to be good. He is going to guide himself first, though.
While you're doing that, what kind of snacks does Ghost bring back?
Okay.
Asking the important questions here.
Yeah, very important.
All right, so that is a 16 total.
16 on the Arcana. What are you looking for?
So Echo has these beads where he can cast greater restoration out of them. Would the part of the spell that is making the copy have half as much maximum HP, in effect reducing the target's maximum HP?
No. It's not reducing its maximum HP. In fact, it is gaining maximum HP from 0. I see where you're going. The answer is no.
Yeah, figured I'd ask.
This is already cheese to the max. But I appreciate the attempt.
It is a very complicated spell that is poured through, and Calder doesn't really move. That's why he feels okay with letting Maven wander around doing things. As long as he maintains the focus on the rite and ritual, it should be fine. Just if you do leave, come back as quickly as you can. I can hold things off, but please come back quick.
Yeah.
And of course, Sven will be arcane locking the door and actually probably using a silence spell to keep it so that anybody who does knock does not interrupt anything. But as you said, this is not the kind of ritual to where, like, if there's a distraction, it all falls apart, right?
Yeah, as long as I maintain my attention on the rite and ritual, it should be fine. And Tasha to Tasha's credit would be able to like pick apart like the specific arcana, what's happening, and basically how he is using his like magic of mechanics of D&D, but like the way it's manifesting is Calder is using his understanding of the Shadowfell and how shadow reflections behave in the real world to essentially clip one into existence by way of hacking the nature of the magic.
Yeah.
Essentially using the ambient magic of the Shadowfell to fill in a void.
Before we get to the end of this ritual, is there anything else anybody wants to do or say, or anything that you want to happen during the 12 hours that this is happening?
I think Echo takes this time to try to like get on Maven's better side, because you kind of noticed there was a little bit of hesitance there of she seems like a more traditional leaning dwarf, but is now good friends with Calder and other people. And so I think throughout this 12 hours, he's just like, whenever she seems a little bit, like she might need a cup of water, he's there with it. And like the finger foods and...
So this is not behavior that Maven is used to. You have to understand, Maven was the one who was doing all of the family. Like, you think of traditional trad wife, like Maven was like a fucking trad wife,
As the essentially like all but Stepford in the nature of her life, just happened to have gaining levels of fighter and barbarian along the way.
Well, because she's not like she that's what she kind of wanted to do before her life took the direction that it did. Mm-hmm. That was the whole thing about
there's absolutely like college photos of Maven being this like terrifying murder ball of a character.
I'm sure. Yeah, she was probably absolutely terrifying as a young lady.
Like, there's definitely like an image of her with like a mohawk and like war paint and shouting into the void with dueling axes and leaping off of a cliff into ogre faces. And then met husband,
settled down,
became entirely unrecognizable.
So yeah, I think that moment where Echo is doing it again and like bringing like the pillow, she'll say like, I always used to be the person doing this, and maybe Echo sits down and starts quietly, to not interrupt Calder, talking about his two dwarven aunties that he grew up with in the circus. And
she would actually be very interested in those stories, I think. Definitely Echo is, I mean, let's be honest, most of the people around here are ones that she's having to step outside herself in order to be able to relate to, as a very traditional dwarf. But it's something that she is trying to make an active thing with. I mean, she's in the Forge of Fury with basically now a dwarven group that is building a culture of having to be outgoing with other races and cultures. So she would definitely try to dive into that. It's not necessarily an easy thing, I think, because we all have the things that are modes of thought and our modes of doing things. And even as change is difficult and change is hard, and she sent herself out and did her little adventure, and that was with some very odd people.
Yeah, which is why I think Echo eases into it of here are the dwarves who are in my family, and they are a bit different. None of them are from Adbar. One of his aunts is from Neverwinter, and the other is from, I don't even know the name for it, the huge Faerun desert, where the gold dwarves are from, because one of his aunties is a gold dwarf who ran away from home. It just goes into what he knows about these wildly different dwarven cultures and about him trying to learn more about Adbar and where Barnabas and all them come from. And
as we get
encourages her to talk. Yeah.
Activates her gossipy nature.
And not at all a terrifying twist. Calder's arcane language over the course of intoning is all spoken in Infernal. Does
he has no
for
clue.
anyone who speaks Infernal?
Wait,
Tasha,
no, I learned Infernal, didn't I? She learned Infernal just so she could speak to that one dude.
In the
one
yes.
really nice pit fiend.
To those that speak Infernal, he is basically saying this is meant to sound very important. These words are not entirely necessary. I am invoking these terms in order to add more dramatic weight to this moment.
Oh, so every so often she's just looking over and giggling and winking at Calder.
The goal is to make Tasha laugh.
Literally, that's what Maven is doing, and it's she's not. She's trying to be subtle, but not.
It's over 12 hours. He'll throw in things like common nursery rhymes in Faerun, it translated into Infernal, saying shit like Belak is a pathetic tosser and has no idea how magic actually works. He is a druid that fell and hit his head on every branch of the stupid tree on his way down.
I'm going to give you, let's say, a deception check, even though you're not deceiving. The DC is going to be the DC is going to be high. Persuasion would also be fine, but
persuade her to
difficult to get Tasha to break. But go ahead and again, tell me what the result is, because we're not looking at the table.
Double 11s, so 21.
So 21. Okay. If you're paying very close attention, at least once there is just the slightest twitch at the corner of one of the corners of her mouth, which for anybody else would be a cackle. So also maybe a hint of an eye roll here and there.
But critically, I am also paying attention to Sven's reaction to it, because I'm guessing Sven does not speak it.
Sven does not speak Infernal at all. No, he is mostly. Sven starts out being really fascinated by it, but eventually he's got to maintain concentration on spells that he's using to keep the room secure. Although Arcane Lock does not require concentration.
Correct.
I believe it's just cast and go.
It's literally
it's until dispelled.
Yeah,
until you walk away or sleep. It's meant to last.
No, it's
Arcane Lock is
permanent.
Until dispelled.
Yeah.
It's meant to be as a fire and forget spell. It's not meant to be comfortable.
At some
But
point,
most of the big abjuration ones are until dispelled.
So it's bad that Maven totally thinks Sven is a uppity tosser.
I mean, yeah,
because
dwarven wizards are
totally
not
does.
common.
At the end of the 12 hours, because let's
one sec before we get to the end of the 12 hours.
Okay.
So Ghost is at first maybe this is the powers of the Shadowfell happening, right? This is tapping into the place where Ghost comes from, but also it's so boring. How does Ghost keep himself entertained?
So glad we're not actually in my rooms.
Oh, M says that their audio has dropped.
All right.
Okay, I think we've troubleshot. I think. M, say a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We can hear you. What is Ghost doing to stay entertained during this time?
Ghost is asleep, snoring, and actively passively chasing Sven around the room to try to use him as a stuffed animal.
As a stuffed animal, okay.
Or,
So
or a teddy bear, but like,
If-
stuffed animal in general. We're trying to cuddle him.
by the
He's
end,
scooting away, but we're chasing him. It's fine.
he's scooting away at first, but eventually, like Sven also, look, even wizards get bored, and 12 hours is a long time for a ritual. Like, even for a wizard who is fascinated with rituals, 12 hours.
I didn't invent the spell, wizard.
It's a long time. Oh, he's not complaining or anything, but yeah, by the time you hit hour 12, Sven and Ghost are both like curled up in a corner and fast asleep.
As expected, I expected Ghost to get bored. Like the dwarf losing a stamina contest.
I mean, it's not like Ghost has to sleep, so he's choosing to check out.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right. So, are we done with?
So 12 hours would be early morning the next day. Yeah.
And we are all very tired.
Yeah, like 3 a.m. the next day.
They would love us sleep.
Some of us got a full night's rest. I don't know why y'all didn't. Technically, the only person that needed to be awake is him. The rest of us could have slept.
Tell me about the end of the ritual and what this looks like when the spell completes.
It kind of like there's definitely a moment of anticipation in watching like the final moments tick in, because it's like at that point like the ice statues look like they're like glass decanters full of dark ink, and the moment like it is finished, there is like this audible pop, like something echoing in an empty space, like a single like that sound effect of the single water droplet, and just that moment is heard, and then there is just this glittering ripple as the shadows sort of peel away from the sculptures like ashes, and what is left are two naked versions of Calder and Maven, who will have flesh and blood and will collapse to the ground, and then both will suddenly gasp to life.
And Calder will say, "Whoa, I'm Calder Creed, resident simulacrum, and very naked." And Tasha, who has been
over the robe.
Tasha, who has been sitting very still this whole time. Again, 12 hours is nothing for this woman. She'll step forward and she'll say, "Allow me." And she will put her hand out and she will say, "Clothes beam?" and she will create identical clothing that is a slightly different shade than the clothing that Calder and Maven are wearing. So same clothes, different color. And she'll look at Calder and she'll say, "I'm a quick study."
I'm impressed.
As am I.
Quick? It was 12 hours.
No, that wasn't the spell. Maven, Maven, are you okay?
Which Maven are you asking?
Asking base Maven first. Are you okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm tired. I have to say
I'm tired, and this is really weird.
Freaked out.
I'm a little freaked out.
Like both of the Calders belong to the explanation of it's normal. Double speak is common because our thoughts are mostly aligned right now. That will get better as you take it.
Except obviously one of us is more intelligent than the other. I'll let you decide which one's which, though.
Am I really this pretentious?
Yes!
Oh my god, I'm insufferable.
Oh, I'm even more insufferable than that.
Oh, that's great. So no,
you chose this. I mean, we chose this. I mean, you chose this.
I chose this.
Maven's just going up and gently poking at herself.
As time goes on, our thought processes will desync, and we will be more or less different people.
Yes, it is. It's the classic nature versus nurture argument, right? As soon as we have some separate experiences and generate some new memories, we're going to be a little bit, why did you program me with the automatic acceptance of my eventual demise?
because it was either that or I would feel guilty for murdering you.
Yeah, I guess that's fine, but you have to understand that you woke me into an existential crisis.
Yes, but I baked in the acceptance of this, so I'm okay with it.
Would you
At
like
least-
some cheese and some ale? Might help with that.
Keep in mind, well, you also understand, and he'll gesture as gesture at the simulacrum of, "You're going to live on. I'm going to inherit all the information you create." It's
Yeah,
fine.
I mean, at least you didn't do the Baba Yaga thing. And
No.
fake Calder will mage hand, because Calder can't help but use magic where it's not necessary. Will mage hand a decanter of water and some snacks over to himself.
I like doesn't even use mage hand. I have the telekinetic.
Oh, that's right. You have telekinetic, so
he's
it's just
straight
there.
up a telekinetic.
This is going to work out great.
Yeah.
So, what are we calling you? Echo asks.
I've thought about this, and I'm actually a little jealous of my simulacra for this because he gets to use the name that neither of us have gotten to use. Very technically, my middle name is, and simulacra will go Magnus Chabal.
Magnus, yes. Oh, I can't believe I get the pretentious name. I love it. Magnus. Perfect.
Yes.
I that is the cross I'm willing to let you carry. Enjoy it. I look forward to the memories of the experience.
And what are we calling you? Turns to Maven 2.
Maven 2 will look and be like, well, I'm going to definitely be going by, again, middle name and my maiden name, which I haven't used in many, many, many years. And it's really, it's not as good as Iron Ladle, but, sometimes you just marry into just greatness. Yeah, so I'm Marion Copperpot.
That is a fantastic family name.
It's like we're back in college again. Do you remember the tournament fight against the ogre?
Oh, God.
Oh, incredible. The name Copperpot. Let's just say we were very, very well known back in the day.
If you want to be technical about it, I'll gesture to the simulacra. You never, didn't marry into the Iron Ladle family, so the Copperpot name is yours by right.
So, Magnus and Marianne, Eminem.
I hate that exists.
But I
Yes,
remember
we're gonna have to
everything.
work on some Magnus archives, though.
You made that joke? We made that joke? Okay, fine.
You're the one that has the recording, dude. You have the power.
The Magnus Archive is an ancient dwarven script that it's, let's just say it's an inside joke in the family.
Sure.
Oh, I should probably go wake up Sven and Ghost now that we can open the door again.
Are you kidding? I am going to enjoy this. I get to invoke Sven's worst nightmare. Me and Magnus are going to walk over to Sven and hover over his unconscious form.
And now we come to the reason that I allowed Sven to be asleep in the first place.
I think, as you're walking over there, Echo is saying, he just spent 12 hours helping you. Are you really gonna fucking...
Of course. How long have you known us?
Torturing Sven is one of our favorite pastimes.
I mean,
Honestly, if I thought it would work, we would try and do that for Ghost in retribution.
now, remind me, Calder. I obviously feel myself full of magical capability, but my spells do not refresh when I rest, as yours do, right?
So that is my understanding.
Okay, so I stick to cantrips. Would you allow me to do the honors?
Oh, please.
Fantastic. Shape Water is a cantrip, right?
Yes, of course.
Awesome. So, decanter of water, Magnus will wave at it. This is going to be awesome.
Reminder: you can fill a cube of water up to 5 feet in dimensions.
Awesome. So, a sphere of water will appear above, and Magnus will say, "You might want to move Ghost out of the way first, because..."
No, don't.
He'll drop the drop of water, and a large, probably 5 feet cube is a lot, and that's really heavy. But
that is a couple of bathtubs full of
Right.
water.
And it just drops directly down onto Ghost and Sven, and then immediately retreats. Like, you're not going to drown or anything because the shape water
How
spell
much
allows him
damage
to.
do we take?
None, it's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip. It can't do damage without being explicitly able to do so.
Actual water would do damage at that much.
Yeah, but physics doesn't work in D&D. So you just get a very rude and very cold awakening, and then are instantly dry. By the time you're awake, all the water is gone. And Sven's eyes will flash open, and he'll look up and he'll go, "What? Where? Why?"
Hi, Sven.
Hi, Sven. What? I knew this was gonna happen, but it doesn't make me ready for it. This isn't just a bad dream, right?
Oh no, this is not a bad dream. This is a fantastic dream. I'll put an arm around Sven, and Magnus will put the
other arm around him.
We're going to have a lot of fun. A lot.
Surround sound.
Twice
Both
as
Mavis
much
and
fun.
Marion offer him food. Here, it's breakfast.
Think about it this way, Maven.
The ghost?
You're only going to be able to sample your own cooking the way every one of your guests have always consumed it. It is food that they didn't prepare that is as good as your cooking.
Sven is actually going to turn to Ghost for moral support here. It's going to Ghost, maybe, can they? Oh man, this is gonna suck.
Why did I get wet?
You're not wet. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but I was wet. I'm not now.
I
but
thought that was a dream.
Why?
I thought that was a dream. That happened?
Do not gaslight me, girlfriend.
I
Oh,
know
this-
what you're talking about.
which
I know
one
my
of you
food
was
tastes
it?
Delicious.
Which
Oh,
one
I-
of you was it?
Myself and Magnus will both say at the same time, me. And then him.
I didn't stop them.
Echo
See-
was pointing to Magnus.
I thought that having two of you would be twice as insufferable, but now I recognize this is an exponential growth and not a linear growth.
Oh yeah, this is Calder
Although-
squared, not Calder twice.
Technically, squaring one actually doesn't change it because 1 squared is just 1.
We're in 3-dimensional space. We're in the square cubed law, sir.
Oh.
You know,
That's
it's
correct.
been a very tiring 12 hours. How about we get some people to bed?
I
I
was in bed, but then I got wet.
I actually had the best night's sleep I've had in a while.
Maybe you should be the teddy bear for Ghost more often.
So now,
My
friends.
arms are very safe.
So now, friends, we have 2 dwarven chef barbarians and 2 insufferable shadow sorcerers.
Mhm.
Do we want to skip directly to the next day, or is there anything else that happens this evening beforehand? What shenanigans and pranks are going to be happening?
3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely, but I'm not anymore because now there's 2 of both of you.
I have a feeling that this is going to either make several people's nightmares or dreams come true. It's going to be fun. Me and Magnus will share a look. And Tom.
And with that, why don't we go ahead and change scenes? And yeah, in his locked room, we just get a flash of Anton like waking up in a cold sweat and looking around like, what? Oh, okay. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. And he just has a hard time getting back to sleep for some reason.
Something horrible has happened.
Something
Disturbance
awful
in the
has
force.
happened. So,
Somewhere out there, Albert's like the glass that Albert was drinking out of just abruptly shatters.
So I think, getting certain people who have spent 12 hours casting to bed to rest a little bit more. Echo did mention before that has an upcoming meeting with the Dwergar, and with that scheduled as it has been, coordinating with Barnabas, Sven, Kretha, everybody, of when do we want to do the big talking about our battle plans, because he can, with some finagling, maybe even make sure that Arden is there for it, so that he can coordinate the Dwergar part of the everything.
We should get that rolling. We do need to discuss our plans as well as discuss our ultimate strategies.
We are
probably evening the next day is when they said. Okay.
We are at T-minus 10 days at this time.
We do need to settle the ultimate question of let's get gear for the clothes.
Yeah. So I think spending the sleeping until proper dawn and then spending the morning in with Vic, other people working in the forge, the quartermaster, for requisitioning supplies like good boots, silvered weapons, if they need any of that stuff. Yeah. Is there anything in particular either of you wanted to outfit your clone with?
Well, I mean, we definitely need a bonk smash for Copperpot.
Calder's already has thought at length about this. He would like his duplicate to carry the bulk of his current gear, because of the strategies that they have in mind for them. So the Shadow Staff will go to the duplicate.
Okay.
Based on what happens around the Bloodwell vial, either that's going to stay with base Calder or also get handed off. The spell storage ring is a question. If we have a special plan for it, that will probably go to the simulacra, but otherwise Calder will keep it because it is a generically hyper useful item.
That's true. It is. We can deal with basic equipment off recording, because getting some basic armor and some basic bonk sticks and that sort of thing is pretty simple.
I was asking for any notable things.
Yeah.
If there's not any notable things, we could say they take care of it in the morning.
I have I have a couple of magic items I am never going to use, but I think the big one that Calder is immediately going to want to hand off is give the Shadow Staff to the Simulacra so that he can reattach the Harper pin.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
He wants this to be a surprise.
Yeah. That's a great plan.
And also, and it's also unclear, because if someone is trying to scry on Calder and he has a simulacra, if it does get diverted to the simulacra, it's not really certain. They are distinct people.
Yeah, they're two different targets, so I do not believe it would, go
over
there.
I agree.
So by doing it this way, it neatly removes Calder from the scry window. So,
but I don't want to get bogged down too much in the weeds. There's a lot of little fiddly things that we're gonna have to figure out between now and the final encounter. But us being on stream now, I would like us to go ahead and move on to the next big story beat, which I believe is going to be having a conversation with everyone involved. Let's go ahead and say, Gail, we probably don't have to run specifically the meeting between you and Arden, unless you really want to.
No. I think that Echo would take the time to coordinate with him so that either he, or if he wants to send a representative, could be at the big meeting to get the whole plan. Yeah,
we'll go ahead and have him send a Dwergar representative. The fact of the matter is that allies or not, having a despot in fused power armor walking through the halls of the Stone Tooth is still going to be a little bit of a social faux pas. We've come a long way, but we haven't quite come that far. The nice thing about Dwergar is they can turn invisible, and that way you can bring one in without necessarily causing lots of, not panic, but tensions among the rank and file shield dwarves. So that's definitely a thing you can do. You can bring a representative of the Dwergar to the meeting.
Echo is also bringing his dad as a war chief who has insights on Belak.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to have to play so many characters.
Marion, I definitely like just thinking about the things like she needs her bonk stick, but also we've got, I mean, probably not going to give Marion the belt of Storm Giant Strength unless we're sending her out. But we've got, I don't know if I have one. There is no actual, I have listed in my thing a potion of Fire Giant Strength.
Yeah.
And a potion of Greater Healing. But it doesn't have an actual number next to it, so I don't know. Like it's in my inventory.
Just one.
I believe you only have the one.
But she also has.
But like that, like giving the potion to the Simulacra really would be great.
Yeah,
that's a great way of like duplicating the effects of highest strength without bothering.
The other question is that is there a way that we can make another periaptive wound closure sometime in the next thing? Because because that's what Maven has. And then I don't know whether Maven's going to give this off, but she does still have the robe of useful items. I just don't know whether that'll be more useful for Maven or more useful for Marion.
These are decisions that can be made in between recordings.
But we'll talk about the specifics of what ended up.
But the potion should definitely go to Marion, and we can figure out basic weapons, not a problem. So, who all, and bearing in mind that if you want to portray multiple characters, you can. I am certainly going to be portraying a bunch, but as we get together,
I'm happy to play both Calder and Magnus.
I was going to say, Hyacinth is definitely keyed in on this meeting.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, good. M's still the mic is still working. That's good to know.
The mic is still working. M is fading, but M is here.
Yeah, Hyacinth and Vic would probably be in on
we can try to do a little bit more.
Then let's,
as long as M is still up for
it. Let's do the thing that requires M's presence now, and then if there's anything we need to do after that, we can do that after that.
And I can do like any of the dwarves. Is Kreetha there too? I would think Kreetha would be there too.
Yeah.
So I've got Kreetha as well.
This is not the first time we've done a meeting of the minds. Let's go ahead and say everyone gathers in the conference room behind the what was the throne room. I don't know if it still is or not, but it's just off of the forge, right? Mm-hmm. And there's that big table in the middle, and there's plenty of space for everyone to gather around. Tasha is there. The Dwergar representative is there. Sven is there, Barnabas is there, and of course, all of you. And the first thing is Sven actually requests to call the meeting to order.
Has somebody put up no scry on this place magic around this room? Echo asks before we call it to order. Like the thing Charlotte did?
Yes. Yeah, I can make that happen. That takes some time though, right? He's got to walk around. It's a ritual.
It takes like 10 minutes.
Okay. So Sven will go ahead and cast non-detection.
No, it's I
don't remember the name of the spell, but I remember that you did.
It's like a level 3 or 4 abjuration, just like you cannot scry into that area.
Sure. It also, I think, blocks teleportation, if I recall properly.
Yes.
So he'll do that. And as he does, Tasha will produce a crystal ball and set it on the table at the center.
It is non-detection. That is the spell.
It is non-detection.
Oh, you can target the room? Okay.
She will set a crystal ball down on a stand in the middle of the table. And will wave at it and say, some parts of the future are clear, and some are not. This is what I can see. And not just within the crystal ball, but actually projected above it, you see the Gulthias tree. And it is glowing with the magic of the earth, that is, of course, tainted with the blight. And you see behind the Gulthias tree the full moon rise up above the mountains. And the tree itself vanishes in a bright beam of light. and the camera sort of pans over it, and instead of a tree, there is simply a large, about 40-foot circle with runes and sigils and patterns in it. And again, it's just, for a moment, it is a blindingly bright pillar of light, and then it kind of dies down, and the vision fades. And she says, the Gilthias tree will be destroyed on the full moon, and then we must channel the magic that is coming from the ground. Of course, my mother, probably Belak, certainly Morgenthau will all be trying to do the same. We must gather the magic and focus it before they can.
Echo has cast tongues on his dad so he can understand everything that's being said.
Sure. And Sven and probably Vic will produce 4, like, what's it like? It's like a crystal within a
Gyroscope?
within a gyroscope, basically. Yeah,
You can hold it and it'll always right itself.
basically, yeah. And Sven will say, these objects are of Vic's design. Each of them can contain and refract and redirect the magical power, we think. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But we believe if all 4 of them can be used to redirect the magic to a single point or a single person, we can take command of whatever energy is coming up out of the ground.
How close do they need to be?
Well, within the beam, I'm afraid. And the process is likely to be painful.
Who here knows how the weave works? Oh, any spellcaster would.
Yeah.
For the uninitiated, then, this is a gross violation of the weave.
Do you need to be able to cast a spell to use one of those? To be holding
No.
one and actually make it do the thing?
No, but it wouldn't be necessary. But it would be to understand what you're doing would require some level of understanding. Would require at least a primer on how to imagine it. The weave responds to thought and intent. So any person would be able to use it in the way that theoretically anybody can learn magic by becoming a wizard. It is that type of relationship. It's all about intent and connection. This is forcing a connection grotesquely direct, but it is that makes it easier to use. Any person who is in any way ambulatory would be able to focus it. It would just, but the intentionality behind it must be specific and direct.
Before we move on, Em, I know you're losing energy. Do we want to have Hyacinth make an entrance here?
I thought he was just in the room. When the
He
meeting
was,
started.
but Hyacinth is a creature of panache and drama. So if there is a particular entrance you would like him to make, I think that now would be a good time for that, if you have the energy for it.
I can't actually get into Heisen's headspace right now.
Okay. That's totally
So
fair.
He's sitting there, rubbing his chin, nodding, looking.
Drinking.
That's entirely fair.
I think Echo turns to Vic and goes, "So you need 4 of them to all come online enough to work? Do we
Yeah.
have more than 4? Or do we only have 4?
We just have the 4, I'm afraid. And
How many
all 4 of them need to be fully charged. We believe that Morgenthau has an artifact that does something similar, and of course there's the dancing hut itself, which we know he'll sort of turn to Tasha, can probably focus the magic, and she'll simply nod. So this is going to be a bit of a struggle, right? It's going to be a bit of a back and forth. I know that these 4 crystals can each charge up in, I don't know, about a minute. And if all 4 of them are charged fully, then they can redirect the magical energy into a single point, and we have no idea what happens after that.
As I said, intent.
I think Echo's looking at the crystal ball. Is like the illusion still kind of playing?
Yeah,
on it?
the beam is still there.
Like he like leans over, like gives kind of a I don't know look to the Duergar and looks back at Tasha and asks, "Does the beam only go up or does it also go down?"
It goes down as well, yes.
The magic is tapped into the weave of the world. It is a, from what I understand of how the Gothias tree functions, it essentially acts as a dam. So it's a cistern, a way of gathering a tremendous amount of energy into one place. And this scheduled destruction is just them tearing open the floodgates.
Pulling the plug.
All I needed was a yes. Okay, so if we just need to get those things, gestures at the MacGuffin crystal gyroscopes, into the beam, it doesn't necessarily need to be above ground where everyone can see it happening.
Yes, I see where you're going with this. I think it's a good plan. He'll turn
It's one option.
Look at the Duergar. And the Duergar, who doesn't have a name at the moment, will say, "We have a pathway underneath the tree. We have access to its roots, and we have placed a number of mines in the area. But I know that many of us have a resistance to magic, and perhaps that makes us ideal for holding these objects."
Or maybe some of them. It also goes all the way up, right? Looks at Tasha. The beam?
Yeah.
Well, we know a few people who can fly pretty high. Once all of the 4 crystals are charged, you said they all need line of sight on the same thing to order to channel everything together?
I'm afraid so, yes. So charging them from underground or from a great height is certainly a possibility, but when they are charged, we will need everyone to gather in a single place to finish, for lack of a better word, the ritual. It's not really a ritual, but to finish what we're going to do.
Can you see in your vision if this beam is damaging the earth that it's going through at all? Like, is that eventually going to be blasted out of the way, or?
The magic is of the earth. It does not harm the land. The blight is somewhat problematic, but not in the time frame that we will be acting in. I hope.
And
The
then,
difficulty is my mother will also be attempting to harness the power. Morgenthau will certainly be attempting to harness the power. And I know nothing at all of what Belak is planning.
I don't think we need that. There's no mystery there. He has been shouting at length over what his plan is.
and the tree itself is his creation, so I don't think he maybe...
I feel he will not
If he made this happen, he might not need an extra crystal or artifact or hut to do anything with it.
I agree with that analysis.
So Balak doesn't need it. That's why he probably thinks he's taking points. Morgenthau and Baba Yaga will no doubt interfere under their own timetables, which makes that the optimal opportunity to attack, because that is the moment they are going to have the least cohesion with their cooperation.
They all have their own agendas.
And therefore they will all be competing against each other at that same moment.
Speaking of agendas, looks at Tasha.
Yes.
I've heard a little bit about your vague plan of what to use all of this for, but I'd like to hear it from you.
My part in this.
if you would be so kind.
When my mother understands that I am here, my life becomes in jeopardy. I can remove her and myself from the timeline for about a minute. The timing will have to be very precise. Once she is freed, she will not hold back. I believe that if we can focus the energy, either by your crystals or by finding a way to commandeer the hut, or perhaps even by taking whatever artifact Morgenthau has, we can channel the energy into the destruction of my mother. For good. She is a threat to the entire multiverse. I think we have a chance to channel the magic safely into good ends.
And you're fairly certain her plan to channel the magic is to make herself truly immortal, right?
It is all she ever wished for.
And Belloq's been raving about his plans of using undeath to right the flows of magic bullshit or whatever.
He wants to scour the world of civilization as the cultivator of magic.
He believes that the activation of the forge and the influx of magic that it will create will eventually destroy the prime material plane. But he is mad.
The Karsus' folly all over again.
And we suspect Morgenthau is going to use this to basically usher in the second coming of Grumsh.
Morgenthau wishes to conquest, and nothing more.
To kick off the age of Grumsh. Yeah.
Being able to channel that into a divinity would supercharge that divinity. And
as far as commandeering the hut, that's what Charlotte stayed behind for? Yeah? To try to do it from there?
In the moment, the theory is in the moment where Tasha has removed Baba Yaga from the time stream, for those precious seconds, Baba Yaga does not exist, and therefore the hut no longer has a master. In that moment, the hut is vulnerable to being commandeered.
I think it is folly. I do not believe that the girl has what it takes. But at the very least, the hut will no longer be in play. It will no longer be commandable.
Yeah, so Charlotte is to try to take control and reroute shit, but if she can't, she's plan B is to take the hut somewhere else.
I believe the plan is always to take the hut somewhere else. I believe that is the default plan. At the very least,
the out of character. The first plan was Charlotte take control and try to channel energy with the hut.
Okay, then I guess yes. But if that is not possible, taking the hut elsewhere is the backup strategy. That will remove, and if that is successful, that will remove Baba Yaga's ability to access her own win condition.
Okay, so there's removing the hut from the playing field. There's removing Morgenthau's artifact from the playing field. But as far as Belloq goes, we just got to take him the fuck out.
Fortunately, he has experience in being killed.
There is one more thing that I can offer, Sven says. I really hope that the different voices are coming through, because I have not been saying all the names of the people that I'm talking as. Sven will say, we think, and he'll motion to Vic again, that we can also, through the crystals, make some use of the magic during the battle. We can provide some aid. Our wizards here can provide some aid. And in particular, we can monitor the battle, and we can make use of teleportation magics to get you in and out where needed. So long as you're not, for instance, within within a anti-magic field, we might be able to, if one of you, gods forbid, were to fall in battle, we could perhaps remove you from the battlefield before it's too late.
There's also, turns to Barnabas, the coordinated effect. I know you guys almost have the entire tree and the area around it surrounded. That's what you told us last time. And the more we can thin their numbers, the less impossible it becomes to take on Morgenthau if he does manage to get some magic out of this. If his forces are less than 1,000, it's a lot less immediately damning.
Between Morgenthau's lycanthropic orcs, the blighted plants of Belak, and I'm going to guess those chicken-footed ogres of Baliega, they will have a robust defense.
Look, Barnabas will say, you all know that this level of magic is well outside of my knowledge. That's why I have Sven, and frankly, Calder, that's why I have you. Both
Calder and Magnus go, thank you.
I'll never get used to that. My job is to ensure that you are not overrun by the enemy forces while you do what you need to do. Our job is to keep the enemy armies busy and away from the Golthias tree while you struggle with Baba Yaga and Belak and Morgenthau.
Yeah. You're going to have your work cut out for you because there's one pawn which we have not removed from the field yet that has a imbalancing potential.
And that is?
They have a Tarask.
No, I don't think they do. Weren't we?
They destroyed it.
Weren't we talking about how like they could only do that because they were figuring out how to our theory was that they were channeling shit last full moon as the test for this full moon, and if they're focusing on doing other things, then they can't summon the Tarask, right? That was the. I know you and Pykel and a bunch of the druids like talked about this at length, but we're all pretty sure that there's no Tarask coming this time, yeah?
That was the theory, yes, but with the level of magic that's underneath the continent right now, I would not count anything out. But as far as I know, they originally summoned, and it wasn't the Tarask, to be clear. It was a plant abomination that seemed similar to. As far as we know, the Tarask is singular.
In the way of the blight fiends look like humans, this thing looked like a Tarask.
It was essentially a giant-sized shambling mound.
Yeah, we've been you guys were when you were gone in the hut. We've been really examining Vesper's memories that he left behind, and like having all the druids take a look at it. Like we've really analyzed, and we don't think it was actually the Tarask.
I do not believe that they can summon such a thing and also do whatever it is they want to do with the power. I can't make any guarantees, but I think that even this amount of power is insufficient for them to do both. But we should prepare for the worst.
We can, regardless, none of us have destroyed this thing. It is still a tool they have somewhere within their arsenal.
If whoever's in control of the power uses the power to do that. Which, with them all having larger goals, I don't exactly see as likely.
I agree.
It depends entirely on their ability to coordinate while hating each other and their willingness to, or rather their desperation, if they feel the battle has turned against them.
The other thing is if some sort of giant plant monster does come into being, we did poison the Golthias tree. So anything that is...
Echo high fives the Duergar like, yeah, fuck, we did.
Anything that comes of that magic, anything that is summoned of that magic should, again, in theory, this is all very, very theoretical, but anything that comes of that magic should be easier to defeat than it would be otherwise. That includes any plant monsters, that includes, if gods forbid, some sort of Tarask-type creature comes out, it should be more vulnerable to our attacks because we poisoned it.
Do we think they have any more tainted dragons?
Well,
God, I
I mean,
hope
as
not.
far as we've heard from our other draconic allies, there's nobody else that's particularly missing.
It's not that there's one that we haven't heard from, and that makes me nervous.
Which one?
This is going to be taking in the Clothster Mountains.
No, wait. Didn't Pyre say something about that? If you're concerned about that, you should probably check in with Pyre, because he seems to be really tapped in with, like, knowing about dragons.
Looking over at Pyre, who is like, he'll just turn from a small lizard into a large thing of Cloth is not involved in this.
Okay, good.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
Yeah, after what happened with Thunder, dragons have been giving Belak and his ilk a wide berth.
Or more accurate, Pyre will snort at that. Or accurately, Cloth has made his awareness of that strategy very clear and will not be welcoming it. It's like, oh, that's slightly ominous.
All right, and just to circle back around so we all understand the plan. Four crystal things, all in the beam, get charged, all have to aim at the same person, and that person uses the power.
Mm-hmm.
Does that person need to be a spellcaster, or can that be anybody?
Can be anybody.
And
It'll
then what
be
happens to that
painful.
person?
It will be painful.
The consequences will be severe.
Any
Will they
person
survive it?
any person channeling that much energy of the weave is putting their life in danger.
I will say, they will probably not survive. Probably.
So we are putting someone, actually no, Creek is, so we are putting someone forth as a sacrifice.
To save the world.
Well,
What happens if they don't die?
I
Because
mean,
I feel
probably
like-
a more extreme version of this, and Echo gestures to the magical scarring on his face.
These are the sorts of things that create transformations. These are the things that inspire blood lineages of sorcerers and mages. This is the sort of thing that awakens mystical potential.
This
Any
is
number
the
of
sort
things-
of thing that creates gods.
There's a whole slew of things that could happen with the result of this much energy and this much magic flowing into a singular person. And the fact that the gods have not involved themselves more indicates that they are also paying very close attention and likely waiting to see what they will likely be lying in wait to stop it from spreading into the higher realms.
Marion pulls up and is like, she raises her hand. So how do you choose? I mean, do we ask for volunteers? And like, how do you choose if there's more than one?
I don't
This
think it's a matter of-
seems
at this point it's not a matter of choice, no. This will be a effective opportunity. The person who goes into the beam is the person that is most tactically able to go into the beam.
It'll be in the middle of a battlefield, so yeah, it'll probably come down to a split-second decision, but we can talk about our options beforehand. I mean, we know who we're sending in, so we can talk about narrowing that number. And Echo puts a hand on the table. Not Anton. Just saying that right. We don't aim this thing at Anton. Okay? Yeah, we're all in agreement about that. Like, he can be there and fight, but we are not aiming this fucking thing at Anton. Yeah? Okay.
Over my dead bodies.
Our
Just,
dead
we can
bodies.
start narrowing down the list.
Yes. And
Yeah,
I
about
will be unlikely to be the candidate as well, because I will be hopefully busy keeping my mother occupied.
Creetha pulls up. Oh, sorry.
To answer quick the thing about the gods, I did actually have a conversation with Tamora like 2 nights ago. 1 night ago? God. She told me that she couldn't get more directly involved. So I think whatever's going on with the weave, and I also asked her about like if Grumsh was going to come strolling on in, and she didn't seem She didn't give me a direct answer about that, but it was definitely the like, nah, that's not. So I think there is something going on with either the weave or whatever else that is keeping the gods from having a direct hand in what goes on.
Whether it is Helm holding everyone at sword point, Ao being a dick again, or Mistra keeping everybody away from all matters of the weave with a stick, the gods aren't getting involved.
Also,
Not as directly as they want to be.
when it comes right down to it, the gods are cowards. If there is something that could just destroy them, they would prefer not to be involved. And this magic could destroy them if turned the wrong way.
Kretha calls out. So we are here at the forge, and we have been forging 24 hours a day. With this being as it is there anything that we could, I don't know, arm those that may be closest, that may be the most likely candidates with something magical forged that might help them in this situation? Something that would help them channel the magic or at least give them some sort of help. I don't know. I'm trying.
Anything that bolsters one's inherent constitution will increase their ability to survive. Any reinforcement magics to the form that, i.e., grant temporary HP, will probably help.
Will it? Or will it just be more magic that goes up when it gets used? Are you just putting more fuel on the fire by trying to put other magics in?
The magic is not that... magical spells are not that fragile. Once a magical spell is cast, it is not something that it can be even... Otherwise, it would. Otherwise, I could just throw fireballs at someone and make their spells go away. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, yeah, but you said this is on a whole other level.
It either follows the rules of the weave as I understand it, in which case it doesn't work that way, or it doesn't follow the rules of the weave and it doesn't matter.
So we should try. I think we should try. We need to make an inventory of the things we think would best help and then start making those. And then we need to think about, when we get into the full tactical idea of whom might be closest in these battle areas, then we need to make sure that every single one we can think of is armed with these trinkets, like a piece of gear that has these spells on it, something.
Healing magic should also work. It should also, any effects that heal, especially in large quantity and in great ability, it would also reinforce
things that we can forge. Yeah. That is my thinking, is because that is stuff that can be prepared ahead of time.
There is the very common healing spell of Olivia is blanking on the name of the spell of if you would die instead, you're at 1 HP. Death Ward? Death Ward.
Death
yes.
Ward.
Death Ward.
So, yeah, because like I've been working with a bunch of clerics in the healing huts and stuff like Death Ward is a very potent way to not immediately die from a thing. So maybe working that into an enchantment might work.
Maven would actually pop up and be like, and pull out her periapt of wound closure and be like, I was hoping that we could find a way to make another for Marion, but perhaps it's something that we could make. If we can make one more, we could make more. Baking many is just as easy as baking one. And
the problem with that is it takes time to kick in. Meta perspective, a periapt of health only works if you get to your next turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't immediately stop you from dying. That's just the meta perspective.
Like mechanically speaking, the way we've talked about this thing is it is going to whittle away your body by way of you taking dice of force damage.
Oh yeah. I get that. Maven does not get
in that. Character.
Yeah, that's right. Like,
in character. Echo's like, yes, that could probably help in addition to a death ward, but a death ward would probably be more immediately useful.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that stops someone from dying, anything that heals HP, anything that gives additional HP, anything that would give resistance to force damage, all would be good.
Do you think an Echo reaches into his pouch and he pulls out the goddamn staff of resurrection and puts it on the ground in front of him and says, "This was magic too powerful for me to channel alone, but I didn't have to channel it alone. Do you think we can do something similar here, where it doesn't just have to be one person?"
Now, to be clear, this is the first time anyone other than Echo has seen this staff since it vanished.
Kreitha saw it. That's it.
Kreitha was there.
Oh, that's right. Kreitha was there.
How
That's true.
long have you had that?
Yesterday morning.
Yeah.
May I?
It's the same one. It's the same one.
I'd like to hands it over to be inspected.
Paul is going to cast Identify on it.
First off, the moment you touch it, it burns like fire.
Cool. Ow. Ow.
Like it
takes it back.
So for you can cast Identify on it, which is a minute, right? But
no, and you have to touch it the whole time for the Identify spell.
Now, I'm not gonna inflict any sort of damage or Constitution save or anything. But this is a thing that is diametrically opposed to the magic of the Shadowfell. So you hold this thing, and your skin begins to blister and crackle.
Hate that.
Tamora nicked it for me.
That would help. That is a tremendously powerful staff, and in addition to its abilities that we used it for, it has the ability of channeling tremendous quantities of energies from the heavens that would reinforce and heal somebody.
So using something like this, of, for lack of a better word, legendary capability to help with the ritual would probably be a good thing to arm people with too. Some legendary bit of magic that they could maybe use to help with some of the channeling.
Channeling, the channeling itself, probably no, but it would have its ability to heal in itself would be extremely useful for simply regrowing the body of the person that is trying to channel the magic.
Is there even going to be a body left if it comes to that?
It depends entirely on how much energy they have to absorb.
Well, that's what I was asking. Meepo helped me cast this legendary stuff. Does it just need to be one person all 4 crystals are aimed at? Or can it be a shared burden? Looks at Vic.
I don't know.
Oh, M's microphone is out again.
Looks at Vic and Sven.
So
does it have to be one person?
Sven and Vic will share a look, and they'll say, Sven will say, "Well, the devices as we've made them, the burden probably has to be aimed at one body. Yes, I'm afraid. Perhaps, again, you have to understand everything here is totally theoretical here. So perhaps if 2 people have joined hands and are together, but for all we know, that might just destroy them both. We don't know. I'm sorry. I wish we had more, but this is so unprecedented that people are going to be studying whatever happens in the next 2 weeks for millennia.
Regardless,
it may have the risk, or it may simply double the bodies. We just don't know.
Okay. Yeah. So I think as far as everybody here, coordinating forces and different people on the battlefield, I think we've covered just about everything, yeah?
There is one last thing that I can offer if my spell fails to hold my mother for long enough. She reaches out, and her staff of the Magi appears. If I break this, if I break this staff directly next to my mother, there is a chance that I could delay her further. There is a chance that we might be teleported to the astral plane, or perhaps simply incapacitate her for a time. But
Which might be enough.
I would rather that not happen, because that would put myself at great risk as well. A risk I am willing to take, but it is not my first choice.
Okay. I think, looks at Barnabas, that's about everything tactically we needed to go over, right? We can discuss more.
There is one other thing. We do have allies. All of you have gone to great lengths to collect various allies and resources in your travels, in your adventures. So you will have reinforcements available to you should you need them. We have both hired mages and volunteers who can bring in reinforcements, in addition to moving you around the battlefield and perhaps bringing you back to the Stone Tooth if things go bad.
And we've got those mines, like fist bumps the door. Don't forget about those.
You have the Druids of the Emerald Enclave. You have the hired mercenaries that Hyacinth has brought along. You have the kobolds that follow Meepo. So, while the enemy will certainly have reinforcements and will certainly have forces to bring to bear against you, it's important to remember that you have such as well. And the gods help you. Because if you fail, we will only be the first casualties.
Well, then we better not.
And we better not.
Okay. And I think Echo, takes a deep breath. Is like, all right, I'm going to go escort our guest back so he can let his platoon know about all this. Good meeting.
I have preparations to make, but I will be there when necessary. Tasha will describe a signal that you can make on the battlefield that will be her signal to come in and do her thing.
Okay.
We are
all briefed on what this is.
She'll also mention that she has, if something horrible goes wrong and it looks like something is about to just completely destroy everything, she will also intervene on her own judgment if necessary.
The plan is to stay out of sight until she's needed, but she knows how to tactics if she needs to.
The moment she reveals herself, your ace in the hole is gone, right? So she's going to try very hard not to.
Okay.
But yeah, there will be a list of preparation spells that all of us will have done and will want to have done on us leading up into this battle.
As you are beginning to depart from the meeting, a dwarven messenger, I'm getting some echo from M, which says that your microphone is working, but I think your speaker was, there we go. A shield dwarf will approach Echo and will say, there is at the entrance of the Glitterheim a man named Prasert who wanted to have a word. He's got a lot of goblins with him.
Okay. Yeah, I was just heading to the Glitterheim right now. Let's go. He's got his hand on the Dwargar's arm to very obviously gesturing like I was heading that way. Let's go.
And Sinric will accompany you as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Before we move on to any other scenes,
yeah.
M, how are you doing? Do you want to drop here?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done.
That's totally fair, totally understandable. Why don't you go ahead?
I'm deeply frustrated with how much the internet has been dropping. So
it's been really irritating. For those who are watching, the internet has been all kinds of wonky for us. The fact that we've been able to record this much, this consistently, is honestly a miracle. I was bashing my head against the wall before we started recording this evening, which I hate and it sucks, and I'm frustrated about it too. So
yeah.
we have a couple of other scenes we want to do.
Yeah. So I think it might even be one of the days, one of those 10 days. It doesn't have to be immediately that day after that meeting. Echo's got a lot of things to coordinate, but he does find the time to find Kretha when she's not super busy, like at the forge or anything like that. So probably when she's heading back from her shift after handing it off with Vic, Echo would catch her and be like, hey, got some time to talk?
Yes. Yes, what's up?
Just, gestures at everything.
Yes.
Got a lot of things to think about.
Yeah.
You want to go to your room? Go to my room?
Wherever you're comfortable.
I think my dad's passed out in my room, so let's go to your room.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Yeah. Gets in, gets comfy by the hearth. Okay, so heat of battle. We got the 4 things charged. It's between one of us. What's your gut instinct?
My gut instinct, if it's between one of us, I push you out of the way and get there because I don't want you to die.
See,
What do you think?
same. But I'm
I
a bit
think
faster than you, so like I don't have a death wish, but I've lived a lot longer than you have.
you
I've
have,
lived a
but
lot.
you have family here. We all have family. It cannot come down to making plans like this. It cannot.
Why not?
It becomes what it is because I
It's-
wouldn't be able to live like that.
Well, all right. So in all of the guilds in Neverwinter, do you know what profession has the highest rate of compensation for injury of workers? It's like this whole guild rate thing that's based on how much you make. It's like a percentage of your wages. Guess which profession has the highest?
I couldn't even begin to. I barely know much about the guilds at all. Come on, think about where I came from.
It's circus workers. We get 200%. It's twice what we make doing our job because it's not a question of if, it's a question of when you get seriously injured being a circus performer.
That's
And
a
it
horrible
is,
thought.
and it's one of the most fulfilling, enriching, amazing jobs out there. It is such a rush to be there, to have the crowd singing and praising you and cheering for you as you are doing things that would be impossible for most people to do. And it comes with a risk. And this, it's
Echo, you're not a circus performer anymore, though. You are
right.
a
I'm an
different
adventurer, which is
person
even
now.
more dangerous.
It's even more dangerous, but it's not the same. The way you're coming at it, I don't, I don't want to have to fight anyone at the end, but I don't think that any of us, if it's us, those of us, you, me, you can call there any of us would go up and take that place and would
I would.
prefer it because none of us wants to see any of our loved ones die to take that risk. And I don't want to plan for one person.
I don't know. It's
I get where you're
more,
coming from. I do.
the more I learn about leadership, the more I'm looking at this nebulous courtship consort thing, the more I listen in on the generals meetings with Bone Wolf, the more Vic and Sven talk about how much magic and stress it's going to put on the people who are trying to do this, the more I'm thinking that leadership needs to have plans for this. You can't be floundering when the decision comes, because it might only be a difference of 1 or 2 seconds.
Then if it's plans for this, then why is it just you and me in this room?
I'm planning to talk to other people about it too.
We need to talk about it together. Those of us for whom this is going to be a thing and it's going to make a difference, we have to talk about this together.
I wanted to get your read on it first before throwing you in.
My
with
read
the
is that
crowd.
if I was as fast as you, I would be dragging you out and I would be tying you to Boulder Shoulder side. And I wouldn't even let you get close. I know that I'm not going to be given that opportunity. I know that as strong and as fast as I have become, I am not capable of doing that.
No.
But the temptation is there. The temptation is, before we even go into battle, to take everyone that I love and just secret them away deep, deep into the mountain.
The other reason I wanted to talk to you about this is, Miss Dragonslayer, you have a habit of hanging back and being the person still at full power when the fight is coming to its climax. And there is a very real chance that it could be you there, with the chance to step in and get all 4 of those aimed at you.
If I have to do it, then I do it.
All
when
right.
when at this point have I stopped myself from
I
trying to
just-
do the hard things? I'm
I don't think you would.
mistress of the forge, and I still can't figure out how that happened. But
But we can see
I
this
would
coming.
see it as more than just my duty
I know
as
you
the
would.
mistress of the forge. I say I would go in front of the beams for anyone, but I would especially go up in front of the beams for you and the others that I love.
Which is why I think in these days we have left, we should both make wills, if it is us, to say what we would want to happen if we are the person who has to step into that beam. Because we can see it coming, so we might as well make it a bit easier for everyone else around us if it does end up being us.
May I ask a very important question?
Mm-hmm.
What's a will?
So I learned about it first when I joined the guild. It's like this assumption that you have assets or an estate that'll need to be settled when you die. It's basically just you writing down, hey, while I am healthy and not dying, here's what I want to happen with my things when I die. Kind of you have a bit of authority still as mistress of the forge, and you don't have an official heir. So what the fuck happens with that if you go? That kind of thing.
I
But just
didn't
like
even think about needing an heir. I mean, this wasn't even a position beforehand. It just kind of happened. Like, it's not like a king. It's not like any of that. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, but even worksmen have apprentices that take over
They
when they
do.
retire. So it's this is a thing that we get the chance to think about instead of
I
if the
don't know
fight
if
was
I'd
today.
have time, but I suppose the next person that I would put in the forge would be Vic. Vic already is part of the forge.
But
I don't know if
giving
Vic
her the actual position and authority. Yeah.
position and authority. I think that Vic would very much hate me for it, but
But if you're dead, then
what is she going to do? Make Calder pull me out of the death zone and like yell at me and in I don't know where I'm going, but you know.
well, that's another thing you can put in the will, whether or not you want to be brought back, if it is an option. Yeah.
That's hard. We've seen both sides. We've seen both sides. And who's to say, with the amount of magic and amount of things that are going to be happening, this is nothing. This is what is the word I'm looking for?
Bullshit. Crazy.
Unpress un
Hasn't been done before.
Yes. Yes. I read that. It took me a long time to read that word. Unprecedented. Hasn't been done before. we don't know what that's going to do to the soul, to the part of us that goes on. So in that case, do you come back like
Clarion?
Clarion?
Yeah, I don't know. And that's maybe something that you can take some time. We have a little bit of time to think about and think about whether you have a preference one way or the other.
Yeah, such, I mean, these, it feels very strange to even think about some of these things. I mean, I've had so much experience with death, starting out with this whole thing. I mean, possessed by a ghost, one of my mentor best friends, ghost living in the forge, uh, Clarion and your father, and I
It's
don't know how I feel about death anymore because it's different. You know, I was when I was younger, which is I'm still so young, but at the same time, I don't feel young at all anymore.
man,
I
these
just,
2 months have aged just 10 years. It's
but I guess, how do you think about death like this?
well, I mean, like I said, it's a very weird, like human and dwarf, like bureaucratic way of looking at death, having a will, having compensation in case you
Here's
get
the
really
question,
fucking injured. Like
and I
it's a
suppose I
weird.
should ask Durgadin.
You could. I mean, if anyone here has experience with death, it's Durgadin. But then again, his experience is not the common one.
No, I was going to
Everybody.
ask Durgan how he became what he became to see if I could have it too.
Oh, you want to go ghost? You want that as an option? I
Well,
mean,
I
he is
mean,
kind of
I
your
could think
god.
about the fact that I could stay here at the forge and then he could go rest.
Oh, like clock in.
Technically,
I mean, it's not the craziest thing I've heard of. I don't know of a single ghost that did it on purpose. But, you know,
it doesn't seem to be the worst idea. I think that if I had to choose, I would choose something that I know, which is that, rather than something I don't know where I'd go after this. To be honest, most of my clan don't even think about death after death. You're gone. And that's not true. It's very
yeah,
not
not
true.
not entirely true. Uh, it
But
gets a
that's
little
not
weird.
how they look at things. And so I was raised that way.
It was a hell of a culture shock to go from growing up in the Citadel where no one prayed to anyone to suddenly being in Neverwinter where there's a whole, you know,
Gods
charter
everywhere.
quarter of the city that has different churches on every corner for different like pantheons. And it's
Mm.
and then suddenly being contacted by one of them to be like, hey, join
We're
my
both
crew. Help.
clerics.
We
We're
are.
both clerics. It's
I mean, are you
crazy.
asking me to put in a good word with
Crazy.
Tamora? Because I'll do that. Like, if you
I
want
don't know.
to.
I don't know because I'm a cleric, but I don't have a gun. It's
Right.
so strange, and it just seems to fit for me. But
I mean,
maybe I should have a conversation with Durgadin. But you make very good points and things that I had not thought of, that nobody thought, I think, to ask me.
it was definitely, like you said, a whole new way of thinking about death for me.
But I think that that would be my choice. If I could do it, if I could make it work, I think regardless, now or later, I might choose to make that my choice. I may change my mind as I age, if I age, but I don't think that would be a bad way to be. If I'm already the mistress of the forge, why not stay that way? It's given me more purpose than anything else in my life.
think on it. Write
What
it down.
would you do?
The weapon at your side will begin to grow warm.
Oh, is he waking up? He's like, oh shit, they're talking about me and it's serious.
What? Huh?
And a ghostly form will appear next to you. Taller than each of you, but not by much.
Oh shit, he's actually manifesting. He does not do that very often. That
Dressed-
takes a lot of
Little ghost
energy.
tail.
Dressed in ancient formal dwarven wear. And he will say, "You don't know what it is you say."
You're not wrong. I don't. Which is why I mean to ask you.
The living should be in charge of the world. Those like me, we're here because we must, not because we wish it.
I wasn't asking to be in charge of anything, just merely to stay. Like you. Maybe give you rest or companionship.
He visibly shudders when you say "like you," and he says, "I appreciate all of you, but I would not wish my fate on the worst enemy I could imagine."
Even if I could offer you, even if I could take your place, and do so willingly.
You don't understand what it is you ask. You've been around for such a short time. You can't imagine eternity.
No. I also can't imagine forgetting everything. Or being Clarion, or anything else. You're right, I don't know. But the thing is if I get to make a choice, I want to make a choice.
I see much of a dwarf in you.
That's your fault. and you know, a few others, but mainly yours.
Please do not lay that burden on my shoulders. I would not be the reason why you decided to remain instead of going to your just rewards, as I have so often wished I could do.
Just rewards. Just rewards. Just rewards. Forgetting forever? Just being happy and not remembering anything? I don't know if I think that's just rewards. I grew up not thinking of any rewards.
Perhaps...
You think that I wouldn't like to stay and watch over? My life is so short. I don't even get as much as you did when you were alive.
Well, I think that might be the thing, too. Maybe, from what Durgadin is saying, being a ghost doesn't mean staying. It sounds like it's something else entirely. That's not under your control.
That's fair. I'm aware of that.
It sounds like,
I don't know if
like he was
anything's under our
saying,
control.
now that he's a ghost, he doesn't have a choice.
But
If you're looking for choices, then maybe being a ghost isn't the way to go.
I had family.
yes.
I had friends.
You a
I
whole
had an
kingdom.
entire kingdom, yes. And
And
now
your end was very traumatic.
I am fated to watch. And I still see their deaths every moment of my existence, and I will see your deaths every moment of my existence.
And again, if it were my final moment and I was given a choice, I would take your place so that you would not have that for the rest of existence. And that's just what I would think.
I think
Is that
perhaps
what
you
you'd
are.
use the magic on?
Perhaps
I
you
think
are.
that's what I would use the magic on, yes.
I think perhaps you are too noble for this world.
Oh, that's a very selfish wish.
I like it, though.
And
And
Yes.
again,
What would you use the magic on?
oh, I mean,
Durganin will fade.
Echo gives a little, drinks to him. Honestly, I mean, the plan to stop Baba Yaga from attaining true immortality does sound very important. And if we're using it for that, then it's not getting used from what Morgenthau wants it to be and Belak wants it to be. So I would probably try to make sure that Baba and Tasha wouldn't be fucking pissed at us for not following through on that. Like that's my headspace heading into this. If I'm the one that's saying dead, all that sort of thing. But you were asking me like what I would put on my will, or is that what you like?
I don't know. I mean, these are all hard questions. And I feel like in some respects, when we're there, we won't have the answers to those questions, even if we try and make them now.
No, but
So I do think
there is a certain amount of preparing for what you do when you slip off the tightrope. And you can only practice so much before you're up there and it actually happens. And then you get to see whether or not what you prepared was useful. But it's never not a good idea to practice first. Think about it when you have the time.
every good fighter learns to fall. You got to, because if you fall wrong, you break something.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm going to tell you how I got these scars, and kind of lets the conversation get a little less
Turn
serious.
slightly
from there
greener,
on.
but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gently, I'm going to suggest that we. I know, Jen, you need to go to bed. I'm going to suggest that we move on to the next bit of conversation.
Oh yeah, no, we've wrung everything out of that conversation. That would be good. I didn't expect it, but all right then.
So, Jen, have a
I
wonderful
didn't expect
evening.
that to happen. For her to actually make that decision either.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it in the
Because-
talkback.
Because it's Kretha and she makes her own goddamn choices apparently the whole time. All right, I'm gonna let you guys finish up what you do, and I will see you at the next recording. I'm going to take care of this little boy as best I can. He's
Yep.
a little face.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night, Jen.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.
All right, and I'm going to readjust the cameras once she's gone.
So yeah, would
Oh, yep. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Okay.
So would it be Echo seeking Calder out? Would Calder seek Echo out? What do you think?
I think Echo would need to seek Calder out because Calder is going to be very busy over the next several days, like doing magic prep, doing like coordination prep. Like Calder's in his element. He's like managing a royal court and being a magical functionary.
So I think it might be
He's also not above yelling at dwarves saying, do you know who I am?
Yeah. So I think it would be he would, wherever you have cloistered yourself away to work on whatever magic thing you're working on, Echo would find that, when you are working alone in a room, enter that room, close the door behind him and be like, hey, Calder, good, you're a captive audience, let's talk. And just kind of stride over and sit on whatever desk he's working on whatever on.
Why, yes. Hello, Echo. How are you?
Feeling a little existential. How about you?
I always feel existential. It happens when you're tied to the realm of death for how your magic works.
Fair enough. So what's your thoughts about the big play, the big sacrifice?
It's inevitable. Somebody will have to. I do not think it's necessarily inevitable that someone might die, but any person who walks into that effect must accept that as a possibility.
So, battle's happening, crystals are charged, they're saying they're ready. Are you running in there?
Yes. Unequivocally, yes.
To do what?
I have thought long and hard about what I would do. Frankly, I kind of just want to flip Belak the finger. and use if I had that power, I would just use it to reinforce the weave, make it stronger, make it capable of bearing the weight of the magical world that is to come.
Now, is this in addition to killing Baba Yaga, or is it
I don't
different? All right.
Baba Yaga
I mean,
is a existential multiversal threat, but that has literally always been true for the entirety of her existence. We're all still here, so I'm guessing either the multiverse is a touch out of her ability to actually affect on that kind of a scale, or there are entities out there that actively work against her. Like I would imagine, Ao would have an opinion if she tried to take out all Faerun.
and without her completing her part of things going on, she is still susceptible to those forces. Yeah.
Yes, Ao is a consummate prick, but he also doesn't like it when other things touch his stuff. And of the two, I'm putting my money on the creator deity.
All right.
So
what if it's not you then?
Much like resurrection, any sort of access to this kind of magic is inherently selfish. You are being given tremendous power and told, what do you want? In a way, it's much more honest this way, as opposed to being given this as a gift from a djinn. You, in this case, are focusing this power in intent, and intent is hard to manipulate. It's hard to be less than entirely honest. We all have things that we want.
We do.
I know what I want, and I am capable of funneling my intent into form. That's what magic is.
I understand what magic is, Calder.
But no, I'm not trying to explain it to you. I'm just exasperated at my frustration over everyone is talking about this grand, terrible channeling of magical forces as if this is the first apocalypse that Faerun has faced down.
It's the first one I've lived through.
Same.
If I live through it.
Same, but a generation ago it was the spell plague. A generation before that it was the time of troubles. The time before that it was the rise of the big three.
So are you saying we're taking this too seriously?
I'm saying is that we're taking it exactly as seriously as it needs to, but at the same time, it is very easy to forget how small even these moves are.
Well, I kind of came here to talk to you about small moves. What
do you think? What's in that pretty little head of yours?
Do you have a will? Do you have a plan for if you go down in this big battle? Do you have all of your ducks in a row and people to take care of them?
Calder will just open the drawer of the desk and like there's a letter like written. It's like in case of my demise.
Oh, okay.
Slide it shut.
And so that's the plan if you go down. Mm-hmm. You got any contingencies for if Kreitha goes down?
Oh, I fully intend it. If I survive and Kreitha doesn't, my intent is to resurrect. It would be to resurrect her.
What if you couldn't? What if whatever this unprecedented thing does makes whoever steps in there out of reach?
I can't plan for things I don't know. I can only plan for things that. No,
that's what a will's for.
No, I can plan for the idea of an absence. If I can't, I know I have the ability to raise the dead. I know I have the will to raise the dead. And if I were to attempt to raise Kreitha and either I can't from the nature of the magic or Kreitha doesn't want to be resurrected, that's the end of that and I move on with my life.
Do you?
Yes.
You don't, Calder, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're not exactly someone who moves on from things.
I know this. Why are you bringing it up?
Well, because we've got a little bit of time before something happens where we might have to move on from it. Have you Writing a will is good. Have you reached out to other people who maybe you want to say something to in person or send a letter to?
I sent a letter to Lady Azalea's parents, apologizing for everything I've done to contribute to their life's grief. I've sent letters to a few friends who I would trust with a much more complicated task of to save my baby brother or sister. I have no idea what the gender is at this point. The one that my father once killed.
Yep, you told me in Ghost
I have
a little bit of that whole kerfuffle.
part of my will is my intent to whoever reads it to use my letter of intent to post a bounty of a tremendous quantity of gold that I have squirreled away as a bounty on my father's head.
You know, that's not a bad use of some coin.
It is a task I would very much like to do myself, but I'm being realistic. If I don't survive, I would feel bad knowing that he gets to still live. So I would like to change that.
All right. Well, that's if you don't survive.
This is true.
Is there anything maybe you'd want to do if somebody else doesn't survive?
You are asking that like you are trying to lead me to a specific answer. Why?
Well, I mean,
just ask me what you want to know.
I know we're very busy leading up to this, but I don't think we should let these last days go by without spending time with each other and everybody else in a way that would not feel bad to look back on.
I see.
I love you, I care about you, and yes, it's very important to prepare for all of this, but also maybe you can do your tinkering in a room with a few other people in it. You don't necessarily need to spend these hours out of the day alone.
Alone is where I have always done my best private work. The things like my studies, my things like my preparations, gestures at his desk for the war prep. But all of my best functional work has been done among others. I work well with people.
Would you mind if I spent some time in here with you while you are doing your private work and maybe I do some communing? Two things that we could do alone in a room, but do together.
That would depend entirely on your answer to my next question, which is, how much do you intend to tease me over the course of this? Because if the answer is no, get out.
The correct amount.
That is a good answer. I love you.
Love you too. I'm taking your bed, by the way. This desk is uncomfortable to sit on.
You have no true. I don't generally reserve my desk for saying it's also too tall for you.
I can jump really high. But yeah, so Echo is going to, over the course of the days, when there are moments where Echo finds himself needing to do a thing that he could just do alone, he goes and finds Calder and does it in whatever space he is in and purposefully spends time with Calder in the days.
Yeah, Calder is with the simulacra running around, he's able to do twice as much bullshit because because both of them think exactly alike. Well, nearly exactly alike. So as time goes on, there is a differentiation that occurs. but especially in that early time, they are very much in sync with each other. So they're very much able to go, yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Why are you asking this? Let me get I'm gonna say, just because he is in a slightly different color than me, you should not assume he in any way thinks differently from me.
Echo might also drag Preetha or Vic or Hyacinth along for the, cat socializing of Calder needs to be alone in a room right now, but we're not going to let him physically be alone in a room right now.
Yeah, that's fair. He, to his credit, is a lot more accepting of it than he would have been, a couple of years ago. Where he was still very standoffish and noble oriented, but he is clear that he is to a great degree let go of that bullshit because he just doesn't care anymore.
And I think there's a moment, doesn't have to be on that same first date, but a moment where at the end of one of those sessions of okay, now we need to go and get up and do other things and be different places, that Echo will turn to Calder and say, you didn't ask me what my plans were.
I assumed you would want to tell me because wills are private things. What do you want?
I want to save everyone. And I hope that includes me.
What would you wish for?
I thought I knew, and the more I'm thinking about it, the less I think I do know.
That's normal.
I'll let you know when I do.
Is there anything you would like me to do?
Laugh more? Is that too high of an ask?
I can do an evil cackle.
That's a great starting point, and he goes off to do what he needed to go do.
Leaving in the hallway, just this very stereotypical evil wizard laugh.
Yes.
Before we move on to the next bit, which is going to involve another recording session, I just have to ask Jeff, how long before Calder and Magnus start really getting on each other's nerves? How long does that take? Does it happen in the 11 days?
About the end of 10 days. They are, as time goes on, they're going to start doing things that, get on each other's nerves. They'll find little things that will slowly, make them need to be away from each other. They find, you took my coffee. It was my coffee. It's not our coffee. We are two different people, and it's my mug. I was here first. Because that is the shit with the simulacra, is that he's aware that he came second. He's aware that he's a being that is made out of channeled magic. He has also been pre-programmed to accept this as a reality and his eventual demise as a certainty.
My time here is fleeting. You get to stay here a lot longer than me, so you better goddamn give me the best of everything.
Yeah, he is also Calder in personality, so he's very petty.
Yeah, also very petty. So, over time, Calder's also aware of this, and he's aware of how he is. So he would to the moment he says that, he's like, yeah, that's a good point. And passes the drink over, and that's that will be the release gasket, because neither of them want to be the kind of person who would snub their twin. But they don't. But they basically they learn how to be essentially siblings at each other in a way that is much healthier compared to all of the other siblings Calder has. Basically, they get to use each other as the acid test of, oh, this is how that would feel like if we actually had supportive siblings.
All right. Yeah. I am going to go ahead and for the stream put in another art break here because this is a very long session and we are going to have a little bit more record time for this. Please do stick around. This is the last session before the big encounter. So I hope you stick around and we'll be back in a few minutes. So, we begin our third recording session of this particular D&D session in the Stone Tooth once again.
Ah, my shirt's changed.
Your shirt, mine is, I think, the same as it was, but I don't remember. I'm not going to check. So, let's do one more sort of War Council meeting, and Barnabas will be summoning Hyacinth, and each of you get to choose a character, probably Calder, probably Echo, probably Kretha, right? Those seem to be the right folks for this. And Barnabas is going to call you all in for a small private meeting at some point during the days before the full moon. And he will greet you in the audience chamber that once held an invisible Dwergar.
Yep.
Getting a lot of mileage out of that room.
That room is so
room.
good. And we're going to say this is probably just a few days before the full moon. And he's going to pull everyone in, and he's going to say, all right, everything's more or less set. Our forces have created the pathway that we need. The only thing that we need to do now is we need to determine who is going to be in charge on the field. Who is going to be calling the shots in combat. And he's going to turn to Hyacinth, and he's going to say, Hyacinth, given the defense of your home and given everything I've heard about you, I think that perhaps you are the one for this job. If everyone were to listen to your orders, I think that you would be able to lead us to victory. But this is a burden that I cannot force you to take on. Also, it's good to see you again. It's been so long.
Thank you. The baby's doing well.
Oh.
All babies are not going to do very well if we don't succeed in this task.
Well,
Very-
that's fair.
Barnabas, that was
Was that not
utterly
Little much,
That was-
little much.
Okay,
a little
fair enough.
utterly tone deaf. Yes.
All right, fair enough. I'm glad
Also,
the children are
she's-
doing well.
Like, he's with his mother in the Feywilds and her family, so I'm not particularly worried about
Yes.
the situation of my child.
You have
Do
been
you
briefed.
have extended maps? Do we know where we're actually going to meet the enemy? And are we looking at a guerrilla tactics or actual field battle?
So yeah, we had gotten the information about like the Adbar forces with all their allies had more or less surrounded where the Gulthias tree is and have been doing like scouting and picking off and cutting off supply lines and that sort of thing.
Excellent.
Underground, we have the direct route from the Dorgar getting to the tree, so that route is secured and patrolled right now. And then, like, I'm forgetting the name of the black dragon.
Night scale.
Nightscale has been doing, Nightscale and dwarves on rooms and other things have been doing scouting in the air, and it doesn't currently seem like the enemy has too many flying aerial people, but you know, there's a fair number of druids on their side, so we can't exactly count that out.
Now, as far as guerrilla or direct combat, we have no information that says that Morgenthau or Baba Yaga or, well, I mean, Belak does, but we don't know that Morgenthau or Baba Yaga sees you all as an immediate threat. But they have divination magic at their command. There is a very reasonable chance that when you show up on the battlefield, they will know who you are and why you're there. That said, we are looking to be a wedge in between the various goals of these very powerful beings. They're acting against each other, It's our job to make sure that the balance stays for as long as possible.
Rob, can I make a like a history check?
Yeah, what are you looking
concerning
for?
the warfare of this time and place?
Sure. Give me that and tell me what you get.
I got a 16.
I see a 16. Excellent. Reliable is amazing. So you got a 16. What are you looking for specifically?
So these are like weird druidy orc stuff, right?
Yeah, these are orcs that also are werewolves. And once the full moon happens, you know that is when the enemy is in their power, right? You know that the shield dwarves of the Boulder Shoulder clan and allies have been able to push forward because the enemy is not in their power at the moment. And the fact of the matter is that shield dwarves tend to be very well organized, and they have incredible numbers in this case. But once the full moon happens, then yeah, we're looking at werewolves, we're looking at horrible stuff. This kind of battle is fairly unprecedented. You are looking at a confluence of multiple very powerful enemies all at once. And I'm going to say with a 16 history check, you know that the best thing to do when you are a small force in between two or more larger forces, the best thing to do is to maintain the balance between those other forces until an opportunity presents itself, right? Like if you're a small person in between two big people fighting, you let them fight, and then when one of them shows a weakness, that's when you pounce. That's kind of what I'm going to give you on a 16, unless there's more that you're looking for.
I'm more of looking for like the historical like war aspects of like the tribes that we assume that these people are from. Hyacinth will look at Calder because we went to school together and learned this shit. And because Hyacinth kind of like as a friend to friend school buddies type thing, is looking for additional tactical information that is not currently present. Do we know if they have a standing army? Judging by the werewolf thing, I'm thinking this is mostly skirmishers.
Yeah, so you know that there are two armies clashing on the field, or who will be clashing on the field around the Gulthias tree, right? You're going to be
including ours.
No, that is including
yours. Yes, there is going to be.
I got confused with the two bigger forces, and I didn't know where
Fair enough.
Our army fit into those two bigger forces.
We are not a small force in between two large forces. We are in fact one of the two large forces.
Yeah.
So when it comes to army versus army, yes, it's Boulder Shoulders versus werewolf orcs. And that is a large-scale battle that's going to be happening all around. When it comes to the actual fight happening around the Gulthias tree, then it's you all and Baba Yaga and Magenthal and Belak, kind of all four of you wrestling for control of this thing. And all four of you have the ability to pull reinforcements. But obviously, because I don't want to run a combat involving several hundred people, the actual combat you're going to be in is going to be fairly minimal, like Gale said, strike forces.
Okay, so we're looking at a small team of specialists.
Yeah.
Hyacinth will basically ask for the list of units and stuff from His Majesty.
So Barnabas will say, well, all of you have been doing an incredible job of cultivating allies throughout all of this. We know that Hyacinth, you have hired some battle mages to join the field if necessary. Of course, my forces are ready to be involved. He'll turn to Kretha. Bregan Dearth, led by Jarlaxle, has committed some forces. And the Emerald Enclave has sent a druid or three. I know that Meepo's clan of kobolds has also offered their support. And Calder, you have made ties with the Lord's Alliance, so I know that they are also willing to commit forces if necessary as well.
They have committed forces, because if they didn't, I will kill them.
There is also the Dwergar who have been setting up mines from underneath around the entire tree the whole time, and at our signals will be setting them off. So while they won't be boots on the ground, it is still an effect that can be had in the immediate area around the Gulthias tree.
From a mechanical perspective, one of the things that I'm allowing you all to do is there is a legendary action that you can take to summon reinforcements to the battlefield during this fight. So there are many reinforcements that you can draw upon, but of course we have to assume that our enemies have similar resources.
Babiega has a as yet unknown number, likely spanning to functional infinite, of her strange chicken-footed ogres.
Not only that, but we know from the report that several of you made that she has a cadre of Eladrin that are specifically tasked with protecting her person.
Yes. I recall them. They will be dangerous in their own right.
As are every Eladrin I've ever met.
We have...
Oh, and let's not forget our flying friends, Nightscale and the other Clarion and... what's the other dragon's name?
I believe Clarion the dragon would take exception to be referred to as the other Clarion, given that our Clarion was named...
Calcrix?
No, Felgalos.
Felgalos?
Yes.
What about Calcrix?
My plan was having Meepo and Calcrix maintain the perimeter along with my army.
Yeah, in case any unforeseen ally tries to show up in the middle of things, they are doing the outer perimeter.
This leaves Nightscale, Clarion, and Felgalos.
There's nothing to sneeze at, you know?
No.
Oh, so who wants to be the one to tell Nightscale about Clarion and Felgalos going to be coming into Nosegos?
I'll do it. I carry Nightscale's blessing. He can't ignore me, so she cannot ignore me.
No, it's he. Nightscale is he.
You say his blessing, but it's more of his ire. But yes, he will listen to you.
I will hold up the scaled hand. It's largely moot.
So, Hyacinth, you're going to be coordinating on the battlefield? Because it's Vic and the Druids who are coordinating the whole channeling the magic and magicking people in and out for the strike team, right? That's here. But actually there, it's going to be Hyacinth.
There are several layers to this battle that are... Calder will gesture to the area to where the armies will be engaging. The bulk of the armies will be will be killing each other very efficiently away from the lines and away from the range of the Gulthias tree. We want the killing on the field to hit its zenith as we are attacking. This way they will have committed the majority of their forces to the fight. This will help us and make it so that the army doesn't fall on our heads while we're fighting them. It will tie up, and it will ensure that that we can limit the number of troops they are capable of deploying.
Okay. Do we have anyone who has do we know anything enough about the enemy to be able to identify their wizards or mages or healers?
There we are fortunate.
I mean, there's the big tickets, Morgenthal, Belak and Baba Yaga.
Morgenthau is both, as far as we can tell.
And Belak has a cadre of druids with him.
Do they have
I've
an
been-
insignia that they wear, like those weird, creepy necromancers do?
Vines, undead vines all over their faces.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Didn't we kill
he's
him
back.
twice?
Once again,
Oh.
Barnabas kind of like rubs the scars that are still on his chest and his arms from when he was under Belak's control.
Okay. More important question here. Who is this task force thing? Who is that going to concern? Like, who is part of that? And what are their main goals? And he's going to look at Barnabas about this because that's his fucking job.
My job is to keep everyone away from the Gulthias tree. The strike force
No,
that
your
goes...
job right now is I want you to tell me who's assigned to this task force thing.
Yes. So
Name all the PCs.
I'm gonna name all the PCs. So the task force is yourself and Echo, Kretha and Maven, potentially Clarion the Bard if he decides he is going to be participating, Calder and Pyre, as well as Vic and Ghost if Ghost is willing to participate as well.
To that end,
Okay.
I do have good news. We have two more volunteers to introduce to your highness.
Of course.
Eminem?
Magnus
I
walks
will-
up and says, "It's me again." Hi, everybody.
And then Miriam will also walk in.
Hyacinth is going to
see two Calders.
is going to pound the closer Calder on the back and say, "You son of a bitch, you did it."
It's true. My ego has grown to such size it has split into two.
But unfortunately for us, that doesn't mean that the ego gets distributed between us. It just turns out twice as much ego.
It just means that both egos are self-sustaining organisms.
The one difference
Twice as
is
much is not bad.
that one of us can like rememorize spells after we cast them, or one of us has a magical pool that refreshes, and one of us, this guy, does not, I'm afraid. So I'm trying not to cast too many spells until we get to the fight.
Let's
Hyacinth,
If you
Hyacinth
need a
is gonna
spell
look
cast,
back at-
yes, tell me.
Hyacinth is going to look back at Barnabas. I'm like, okay. Vic is with the wizards for the array.
Yeah.
Where is that set up in relation to where we expect to take out the generals?
The array is set up here in the forge.
Okay, so
It'll
Vic
all be
is
done
not part of
remotely.
that task force.
She can be if she wishes.
I think we've also forgotten about Anton, who has a bone to pick with Belak and Morgenthau and Baba.
Do we really have to involve Anton? Like he's
He's
doing
And
great
hit well.
in his room
Ha-
by himself. Do we
Do
really
we
want
have
him
to-
involved in this given his previous treachery?
He has not been treacherous. We know now that he was taken against his will.
Besides, he's actually fairly good at slaying mages, so I want to see what he can do on this battlefield.
And
He also
like it or not,
deserves a chance to redeem himself.
like it or not, Anton is one of our best fighters, and this is coming from me.
This part of the
Um,
operation is not my purview, so I will defer to your judgment.
For the sake of compartmentalization, we should not involve him in this part of the planning process. He is a soldier; he will do what he is told. So, which means, Hyacinth, you get to boss my brother around, and I can't wait to see it.
I personally had no issue with your brother.
I know, but I know, but I also know that Anton hates taking orders.
I think that as much as the effectiveness of this task force needs to be streamlined, realistically, if there are people who are better served in other locations, they should be.
Yes, and we have mages at the ready to teleport out anyone who wishes to be removed from the battlefield or anyone who is severely injured, and potentially bring in another member. But I agree that we should keep the strike force minimal, keep it tactical.
As far as I remember, and Hyacinth is going to look at Calder, teleportation in the middle of a field to get for a mage to get in and then get out is dangerous and imprecise.
Yes, that is quite likely. The spell is teleporting them out won't be the hard part. Teleporting them in will not be precise unless the person doing the teleporting has physically been there or has a object or some sort of direct connection.
I am not a magically inclined person. Calder, is it possible to pull somebody from a location that you are not currently in?
It technically is, though it is high magic.
Right, and I heard them saying that this was going to be a really special occasion in which it's going to be easier because of all of the magic bullshit going on with the Gulthias tree.
Because of and not to be ignored, our access to the forge gives us access to exotic material that we can use for other kinds of magic.
But yeah, if you need like sticks and stones from near the Gulthias tree, we can just ask the Dwegar patrols to bring a few back.
It's more of a seconds matter in the middle of a fight.
Yes.
And seconds can get burned purely for having a mage appear and then disappear.
The mages aren't going, the mages are sending us. It's a very different thing. Like, I'd heard them talking about something called a gate spell and something called teleportation and something about teleporting circles.
That's all fine. I'm talking about if there is wounded that the mages are trying to remove from the field, they would have to be there personally unless otherwise noted or trained in it.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is a new special thing. And like they have to I was sitting and listening on some of this and a lot of it went over my head, but they mentioned something about like as long they were like connecting two people or syncing them up so that if they pull out one, the other automatically gets thrown in. So the mage doesn't actually have to be there. It's about the people swapping places, not the mages.
They're essentially using a exotic form of teleportation and gate magics to swap the locational trait of both individuals.
Look, I can get Sven in here if you need, but like,
I'll talk to him afterwards.
What they've said is about right.
Yeah. We gotta buddy up beforehand so we know who's swapping for who, and I'll jump on that Anton bullet.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Shower afterwards, but yes.
Do we have a diviner?
Sven is the best we've got, as far as I know.
I also dabble.
Wonderful. Sven and I will become best friends.
I'm sure he's going to enjoy the hell out of that.
What are you talking about, Hyacinth? Aren't you and Sven already the best of friends?
Technically, actually, Clarion and I are best friends, but we are best friends because we want to be, not because we're forced to be.
Then my other question is, would Sven ever deny you if you asked him if he were your best friend?
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out later.
We'll have to find that out. It'll be great.
There is a pretty good chance that I might not be part of this strike team for the sake of organizing and directing the fight.
If you need to get involved, that means we have done fucked up in a fairly epic manner.
That is incredibly likely. That being said, we should put some sort of contingencies on it. Have we already started moving troops in the general direction / how far away is this site?
Oh, we've got the area around the Goliath Tree actively surrounded.
By the
Like,
time the
that's
full
where
moon,
the Adbar forces have been. I mean, that's the whole thing. Last full moon, they outnumbered us and were werewolves. Not all of them were werewolves, but they outnumbered us and they were werewolves. We've been putting a lot of work into making sure they don't outnumber us anymore. So,
To
like,
that
they're going
end,
to have the werewolf advantage, but they're not going to have numbers anymore.
the werewolf advantage is a very substantive advantage during the
is.
full moon.
it was,
it is-
but now
it is-
we have the forge, and we've been able to, if not mass produce magical weapons, we've at least been able to equip many of our soldiers with weapons that will be able to harm these werewolves even in the full moon.
Silvering.
Yes. During the full moon, the next full moon is an X factor because we do not know how many orcs they have changed from in between the last battle and the last full moon and this one. So we do not know. So they are very likely to see a very large resurgence of numbers. So that is a detail that we have to hold into account.
Rob,
That's me.
can I make a persuasion check, not on the people in this room and this scene currently, but on the werewolf that I captured last full moon?
Yeah. To do what?
To for a number of reasons. One is a general numbers of their army. At the time, generally, I don't know how much this guy knows. And then the strength of personality of the wolves. I'm looking for, like, are there wolf packs of the wolves themselves, or are they all based underneath, like, Morgenthau or whoever?
Sure. Go ahead and roll that persuasion, please. Take advantage because you've had them. You've had this person captured for a while. I remember you plonked like a boulder down on top of them, right? I remember that. That's a natural 20. So that's a 32.
That's
So
32.
to be clear, this werewolf only knows the disposition of forces last month, right?
Which is fine.
And as of last month, given what you know about the dwarven forces and the orcish forces, and given the recent influx of allies that Boulder Shoulder has got, including, by the way, some troops from the Battlehammer clan, you know that as of right now, it is almost entirely certain that the dwarves outnumber the orcs by 2-1 or 3-1. So the dwarves have the numbers advantage, but you also learn that these you don't know what percentage of the orcs were werewolved at the time.
Right.
But you figure that it's likely that most, if not all, of Moghenthal's army is now werewolved. And those that have been werewolved are more or less entirely under the thrall of Moghenthal, who acts as the almost avatar, not quite avatar, but acts as the messenger, the herald of both Grumpsh and the other god whose name escapes me. Malar. So they are going to be fanatically loyal to Moghenthal as long as Moghenthal is still alive.
Okay,
Moghenthal is acting essentially as a transmitter of Malar.
Basically, yeah.
That's fine. Hyacinth is going to look at Kretha. Lady Kretha. Your guard captain, I believe, is also a werewolf.
Yes, Kevin is a werewolf. Yes.
Is Captain Bonewolf, would you say, of
General? He's a general now.
General? Oh, congratulations
I
to
know.
him.
We're
Is
all working
General
hard.
Bonewolf, would you say he is of the how good is he at swaying people to his side?
He can be quite persuasive when he wants to be.
Echo is just in the
Uh-huh.
corner wiggling his eyebrows at her.
Aha.
While I understand that he is not currently, I think it is the alpha of the pack here, as it is under Victor, I do know that she does not have the force of personality to handle a large group of people at range. My question is actually, does General Bonewolf have that force of personality?
Yes, and I think that a lot of that has had to do with the amount of all growth that we have all had to take place. I think that if you had asked him that question, possibly even half a year ago, just like if you had asked me that question a half a year ago, the answer would be different. But yes, I think that also the amount of work he has been doing on the field grants him more, what is the word?
Authority.
Authority over those fighting than perhaps Vic, in all of her admitted alphaness, doesn't necessarily have, because she, like I, spend way more time in the forge.
She is more of a introvert than many others that I have met. I would proposition, and I will talk to General Bonewolf as well, to have him with me on the field in general. I will not be part of this strike team unless necessary, but I'll be there direct, and I think he will be very useful as well. My intention and thought is, if the strike team, and he gestures collectively at the room, can manage to remove Morgenthau, to see if General Bonewolf can take over the werewolves.
Get them to
in
lay down
a
their
dominance
arms.
fight.
Yes. Yes.
There will be a brief window
It would
after
be-
Morgenthau falls. Yes, that would work.
I
Well,
will need to talk to him about that, but that is my thought currently.
Yeah, you should definitely get Vic's input on how to do that, even if she won't be on the field to do it, because it's, I mean, the full moon is also Saloon's height of power, right? So
That is true. I just have spoken with Vic, and she does not necessarily have that strength of will.
oh no, but she might have insight on okay, here's how you would do
I don't
it.
expect him to have that possibility by his own. He may be dominant in some forms, but I don't believe that he will be able to pull that off with nothing.
Perhaps they can talk together. I mean,
Yeah, I wanted to pitch the idea to you as,
given
advisor.
the timing involved and given how long it'll take for things to happen, if General Bonewolf can just get the werewolf army to stand down or be confused for just 30 seconds even, that could be enough to sway the tide of battle. I agree.
The whatever influence Bonewolf would retain after the battle, that is a separate consideration.
If we survive until after the battle, then we can deal with what happens after that.
I agree with that.
Fantastic
but
plan.
not having some contingency plans in place is a poor planner.
Just looking at the spell ceremony might day of the battle get Bonewolf to dedicate himself to Saloon. That might help.
Hyacinth, the end goal is for our strike forces to take control of this magic and use it to our own ends. What would you do? Not that you're likely to be the one who this magic is focused upon, but I want to know the opinions of all of my advisors. What would you do if you were given the magical ability to affect the entire world? What would you change? What would you do? Yeah, see, I had a hard time thinking about the answer to this one myself. But
I mean,
one of you is
Baba
going to
Yaga
have
is
to...
a very good option.
At least one of you is going to have to make this decision, and it's unlikely to be you, Hyacinth, but if you are the one that is called upon to direct this power, I'm curious as to what ends you would direct it. I'm a little bit worried that M is no longer audible.
No, M's here.
Okay, good. Just making sure. We've had technical problems in the past.
I will think on that.
As should we all.
Kreetha makes a weird face.
I mean, you know, killing Baba Yaga so that we don't have to deal with Baba Yaga, and we also don't piss off Tasha. It's probably on the top of that list.
Some of us don't care about that particular thing, though.
Yeah, just you know, I think Echo just like puts that out into the air before being like, cool. So if the meeting's over, I'm gonna go. I've got a lot of shit to get ready before the battle. Bye. Like, kind of leaves the room now that the meeting's over to kind of let Hyacinth talk to whoever they want to talk to privately.
Speaking of which, I'm going to give us another, 20 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. I know that this is, again, the penultimate session before the big encounter. I want to give folks the floor to do any sort of role play or scenes that they want to do before the big fight, and then we'll move on to the post game. So I'm gonna step back and I'm not going to direct anything at all, and you all tell me, how do you want to do this?
Real question.
Yeah.
Real question. Timeline wise, this is an ambient. We're about a week off.
Yeah, within the 10 days leading up.
All of the things that are happening now are happening within the last week and a half before the full moon. So if it's the day before, that's fine. If it's a week before, that's fine.
Okay.
So, Jeff, you said Calder wanted to have a conversation with Hyacinth, right?
Yes. Calder wants to pull aside Hyacinth after the tactical discussions and to go over some insights that he has that were not necessary for that meeting.
Okay.
Ideas, things that we should consider. Something that if you look at the leadership of our enemy and our enemy forces, there's a problem that they have that we might be able to exploit. None of the leadership are orcs. None of them. They have an ancient fey creature hag. They have a two-headed ogre and an absolutely insane human. None of them are orcs. Orcs are notoriously homogenized inside their culture, which means that there can only be a form of deep resentment or distrust in between their leadership and the mass.
You know I'm not opposed to psychological warfare, but we also don't have any orcs.
It's true, but we are not trying to. We have a lot of dwarves, and we have dwarves in our leadership.
Yes, and we also have Dwagar.
Yes.
But we don't have any Dwagar in our leadership.
Yes, and I see what you're trying to say, but we are not. But we are not. As far as I am aware, none of our enemies think on that level. They don't think about the politics of a situation. We do.
From what that meeting we just had said is, although these are orcs that have no orc leadership, they are also werewolves that are at least partially controlled directly by Malar.
Yes.
This is not a physical war necessarily. This is a holy war that we are up against.
Yes, we are headbutting against a holy effect.
Yes, this is a religious conquest more than anything else, and it needs to be treated as such. But because they are being more or less directly controlled by Malar, that I believe might supersede the fact there are no orcs in the leadership.
Up to a point.
Just
That point will probably be the moment Malar dies. the moment that Morgenthal dies.
Like, I'm not about to kill a god today. I don't
No,
have the power.
Grumsh does, and Grumsh might take exception to Malar's failure, but that is a later theological discussion.
just meta note real quick.
Mhm.
Grumsh is the god of orcs and ogres, which
Yes,
is just a meta note. Anyway.
Yes, but the orcs that we are drawing from are from that massive tribe, who pointedly stopped listening to Grumsh.
Oh no! These are the orcs from the far north that do still worship Grumsh. This is not Many Arrows.
Right.
I thought
Many Arrows.
I thought that they were explicitly withdrawing from the Many Arrows.
No. We had mentioned Many Arrows because Echo was concerned about it and had asked his uncle to reach out because his uncle used to be a part of Many Arrows. And what we heard back was that Many Arrows was not going to throw their support behind us, but also not going to throw their support behind them. They were staying out of it.
It is possible that at some point I may have mentioned something to the contrary. It's been... We've said so many words. We've said so many words, but
it has been over a year since we've discussed those details. Regardless,
whether or not it's possible that some of Many Arrows' forces have been drawn by the the lure of conquest that Grumsh gives. I don't believe, unless, and if someone is watching this who knows the lore of this game more deeply than me, if I said that Many Arrows is officially throwing his forces behind this, then great, but mechanically it's not going to affect things one way or the other. I might have said that.
That all being said, I appreciate the insight. I do not know if it is entirely valid, but I will keep it in mind regardless.
The part of it being a holy war does bring up another consideration. If it's a holy war, what do we do with survivors? A 100% annihilation is never essentially possible. Slaughters like that don't go well.
That is not actually a decision that I get to make, nor is it a decision that you get to make.
No.
So, while I have opinions on it, it is not my place to state them currently. That needs to be brought up with His Majesty King Boulder Shoulders, as that is a decision that weighs heavy on his head.
It is not a question I feel needs to be asked at the moment. It is a question that right now I am focusing on survival because we have a 2-to-1 advantage against an enclosed enemy that is entrapped and losing a war of attrition. Their last ditch effort is this ritual, which is a long shot. and it's a very all or nothing effect. We are dealing with an inherently disadvantaged enemy. We have all of the advantage in this fight. Our magical enemy has a exploitable weakness. We outnumber them 2-1 and have a better than 2-1 ratio of kills against them. I am not comfortable because I feel as if I'm missing an important detail, and it bugs me.
That's unfortunately good. Being comfortable in this situation is worse than being uncomfortable. On the upside, it's not your job to do the tactician stuff. I'm the one who got better marks than it, so neener.
Oh, by the way, I need your help with something after the battle. Assuming we survive, I will need your help with something after the battle.
Write it down so that I can get a heads up and not have to deal with the so-and-so needs to talk to you right now situation.
Funny you mentioned that, Color. We'll reach into his mark and we'll pull out the scroll. I had intended these details. I'll pass it over.
Excellent.
I will need your your house's assistance in finding someone that my father is doing his level best to find and failing. So I need someone better equipped for it.
I'm sure I know somebody who might be able to help.
Good. And I want none of this to get back to my father. And in exchange, you'll find a pile of very incriminating information that you can use to destroy my family.
Noted.
Are there any other scenes we want to run before we move to the post game?
About Creetha and
about that. Well, you see, there's because I have been looking at like other ways of prepping the group for a little while.
Yeah.
And there is one question, a very important question I would ask the party. How badly do we want to cheese the system?
What are you talking about?
The ceremony spell.
They were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, there's different uses for it. There's dedication.
I'm mostly concerned with the last one, namely weddings, because that benefit is busted.
Plus 2 bonus to AC, yeah.
While
you're within 30 feet of each other. So I don't know if it's going to be a big thing in this battle.
Are we going to have a whole bunch of weddings right before this fight?
I'm not marrying.
It is a known 5e tradition that at the end battle, all D&D groups can turn into a fucked up polycule.
I think it can only work one-on-one though.
Yeah, it's you touch adult humans, bond in marriage. Each target. No, it doesn't. It's not limited to 2.
The effects don't stack according to like most interpretations, but you could critically marry a crowd just at 2 at a time.
Yeah, I don't think that fits in with the vibes. We're already getting a bunch of shit.
That's why I asked the group.
I mean, the only thing I would do would have Creetha and like have Creetha plan to have like, all right, here's Echo, here's Barnabas.
Yeah, but Barnabas isn't going to be on the battlefield with us, so we don't get the benefit.
I know, it doesn't quite work that way.
Right.
I'm aware. That's why I'm not trying to
that,
the system.
Narratively would make sense. Anyway, other scenes.
Love to cheese the system.
Yeah,
Maven's like, cheese? I know all about cheese.
Were there any other scenes people wanted to do? Because I've got one in mind. Echo's gonna try to find Dell.
I am gonna step in here and say that Echo is unable to find Dell at this time. That's a DM thing because I have plans for Dell.
Not in any of the days leading up.
In any of the days leading up.
Real quick. hear me out real quick.
I'm listening. It's your character.
Echo, why are you in my room?
Hey, just wanted to have a chat.
No. This is Vic.
Oh, this is Vic?
Vic, Echo, why are you in my room?
Because this is also Kretha's room?
Okay.
Just... I am a little lost of what is happening here.
If Echo is searching through the, like, looking for Dell, eventually you're going to end up in rooms that are not common area rooms.
Okay. I just...
Sorry.
No, I'm just... If you don't want to do the same, that's fine. It's just Echo would want to check in with Dell because, you know, before he left for the hut mission, Echo had been like, hey... like, communicate with your brother and check in with him about shit, and now it seems like Dell's not doing that. So, and Echo has the spell locate person. Like, if y'all are saying that Echo cannot find him even with magic, that's fine.
The locate person spell, does it only work on the same plane, or does it work on alternate planes as well? Because that's Dell's whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And I have plans for Dell. And I want to know, because the results of this spell may or may not tip my hand. So
I think locate creatures within like 1,000 feet.
Locate, yeah, I've got locate object here. Is it a different thing for locate creature? Locate object?
Locate creature has you can see a creature's location as long as they're within 1,000 feet of you. But
and you can ask about a specific creature.
No, I will look this shit up. Does somebody else have a scene that they want to do?
I'm also looking it up.
Well, yes, I wanted to scene with a person that is now occupied because I wanted to browbeat Anton a little bit.
Okay, so I have locate creature up. It does only work within 1,000 feet. I will say, and this is a good bit of story because there's some things that are going to happen. Echo goes looking for Dell. Dell is nowhere to be found. And every time that Echo uses locate creature, which does indeed only look for creatures within 1,000 feet of you.
He does not have locate creature. He would be using locate object to look.
Which is also 1,000 feet. So either way, Dell is not findable at this time.
Cool.
There are story reasons for that, but yes, Dell is not findable at this time.
Okay.
All right,
Jeff.
Time to bother my brother.
Oh God. Okay. Do we want me to handle Anton, or do we want Gale to handle Anton? I'm good either way. I can also be Magnus, like...
I'm down to be it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have Gale be Anton. Let's go ahead and have Jeff be Calder, and I will be Magnus.
Sure.
If it becomes relevant, which of course it will, but if it becomes relevant, I will be Magnus.
All right. Calder is going to grab Anton's armor and other effects that he has, that he pilfered off of his brother's unconscious body.
Dead body at the time. Thank you.
He wasn't. I engaged in the proud tradition of body looting, and so.
Yep. I mean, Anton's still kind of being kept away from things. So, like, he's in his room, just fucking, like, he's turned it into a personal gym. There's punching bag.
like a rolled up mattress that he has been punching repeatedly.
Right. He has, hung bars to be able to do like fucking pull-ups. Like he's gym broing his feelings out.
Sarah Connor in prison. Got it.
Yeah.
We'll just politely ask the guards to step away.
Oh, of course. I was due for a lunch break anyway, right? Yeah. Let's go to the kitchen. I hear nothing bad ever happens at the kitchen. Let's go.
I chuckle at that. Careful, people have been seeing double in the kitchen. Something's in the air. All right, knock at the door. knock again.
You hear the sound of something heavy being slammed down and then stomps over to the door and opens. Yeah, what the fuck? What?
I have your stuff. And we'll hold up the spell turning cloak.
And?
Do you want to help murder Balak? I should probably talk to you about it.
Yeah, Calder, come on in, Calder. You couldn't just ask to come in, Calder. Everything's got to be a fucking thing with you.
Invite and be sure to invite your brother in. I'll gesture behind me as I walk inside.
The fuck? Oh, God. There's two of you?
Hi,
The
Anton.
fuck?
Oh, I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this moment literally my entire life, which is several days now.
Yeah. Anton, Magnus, you know Anton.
I do know Anton. I know Anton very well. Anton, it is such a pleasure to meet you in person for the first time. You're not amused by our bit, are you?
You're back to making up your own friends now. Cool.
Hey. To be fair,
it has always been my finest trait.
I'm the first imaginary friend that actually got to live and live my own life, okay? So you're not wrong though.
Do I have to listen to this in stereo, or you just... What are you here for? Are you going to give me my shit back? Is it going to cost me something? Why are you here?
I will proceed to dump his belongings onto the floor. Because you're being rude about it, I was going to hand them to you all very gently and treat them with respect, but fuck you too.
They literally magically can't get dirty or messed up.
Oh, that's not... I'm not limited to that in the ways to mess with you.
Is that what you're here for?
No, I'm here to talk to you about participating in a big fight.
All right, talk. And he goes back to working on the bed.
Would you like to help murder Balak?
Yes.
Very good. Because leadership is putting together the strike force.
Yeah.
It'll be by the Gulthias tree.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll involve the fight for the end. And we happen to know that all three members of the leadership are very powerful spellcasters, some more than once.
Yep, I'm familiar with 3 of them.
And
Didn't
we happen
really
to know...
catch a glance of Baba.
We happen to know, from personal experience, that you are extraordinarily good at fighting against spellcasters, which is something that apparently you learned for some reason.
Even better when I'm in control of myself.
Yes. I have to say, it was... I did not enjoy fighting you. Because it wasn't you. Because if I kill you, Anton, I want it to be because I give a shit.
Oh, are you here to say that you care about me?
I do, actually. I do, Anton. It's regardless of my feelings on the matter. I'm helping you take over our house. I wouldn't do that for nobody.
Who else is on the team?
This guy.
Yes, as well as...
Is it just you two?
No, we also have Maven, Marianne.
Hold on. Yeah, we got 2 Mavens.
We have 2 very powerful, 2 very strong Dwarven barbarians. We have Echo, our friend, the goblin monk that you've seen floating around, punching and likely irritating people. May have stopped by. We have access to Hyacinth is here.
He said friend because we may have had relations.
I do not care and could not care less about that shit.
Just clearing that up.
Hyacinth.
Wrong. Not that. The other.
Hyacinth?
Anyway.
The shard?
The other one. Yes, Hyacinth is going to be around as well. Yeah.
Hyacinth is here and is going to be taking over a tactical capacity.
It's not the worst person to have to take orders from. All right.
Yes. They have no issue against you, regardless of our relationship. He has never said a bad thing about you. Despite my repeated product. Don't.
Is that it? Is that the team?
Oh, there's a few others. There's Clarenthex Pyraxilon.
I
Pyre.
haven't seen that one around.
Yeah. Big red dragonborn.
Yes,
You'd know him
that
if you saw him.
I have seen him. Mm-hmm.
He will be participating in a healing capacity. We also have Lady Kretha, our Lady Regent for the Stone Tooth.
With Durgan, in, of course.
With Durgan, yes, of course. And of course, Victoire, our Forge Master has an outside chance of participation. Oh, and I don't know if we can find him in contact, and possibly Domain.
Seriously, where is that guy?
I have no idea.
It's probably going to be another 20 years before he pops up again, if that. All right, so you need me along because you need someone who can actually like fight and kill people. Gotcha.
Yeah, and frankly, Anton, you're the best at killing people I've ever seen.
Look, we may have had our differences in the past, but nobody can doubt your efficacy.
Okay.
I'm past the point of caring about what happened to us now. I don't care.
We've got bigger fish to fry.
Everything that has happened has been put into perspective for me.
Our family squabbles, they seemed so important at the time, but we've got a world to save.
And at the end of the day, Anton, you do care about the same people I care about. And because I value them, that means I value you.
So unless you want to like take the place of the punching bag, if you've got any more actual like information, like where I'm gonna go, when I need to be there, what I need to wear.
The armor would be good.
No, yeah, you dropped it on the floor, got the
right,
armor.
When we do the fight, the armor would be good, yeah.
All right.
You have also, I'll be taking a wish list of any augmentations, magical items, or potions you would like us to acquire for you, if at all possible.
We've got a team now.
Potion of heroism.
Heroism, of course.
It's on the list. That one's come up multiple times.
Cool. Got a wand of blasting.
I'll see what I can do.
I'm good as far as weapons go, and he summons the vicious glaive out of the ether. I'm good.
I suspected as much. So, if that's it, I'll stop bothering you and manifesting your worst nightmare.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Now there's two of us, so there's twice as much of a chance.
After Calder leaves, before Magnus also goes out the door, he's going to turn to Anton and be like, look, I kind of can't stand the guy either.
I heard that.
I meant for you to, and then Magnus will leave as well.
Nothing like a little bit of self-loathing.
Anything else anybody wants to do in between now and the post-game show, which is going to start very shortly, unless, and again, last chance because next session is the fight. So any last second things anyone wants to say? We do have the epilogue after that, so you've got plenty of time, but like, anything else?
I know we haven't really, in any of these side scenes, heard much from Vic. We had Kretha in like one or two of them.
Let's see. Actually, I do have something I can bring up to Vic, because I have the laundry list of requests.
The requests we can handle in between games, because not only is Vic there, but there's an entire cadre of craftsmen that can take care of your things.
I'm not worried about the material items. I'm wondering how we're handling alchemists.
Alchemists
Because there is a long list of potions we need.
Potions are magical items, and they take time to make, just like material items.
Yes, and you also have Tasha, whose
It's
whole
generally hard
shtick.
It is generally hard to make a potion with a hammer.
Yeah, you can't forge a potion, but you do also have Sven and Tasha, whose particular specialty is making potions, right? That's kind of what she does.
There's a new spell for the new edition that is just called Tasha's Bubbling Cauldron. What with? It is a spell that makes potions.
In
very,
that
very cool.
case, friends, I'm going to go ahead and move us over to the post-game scene, which I'm going to do right now. Nope, that's not it. That's not it either.
Oh, shit.
There it is. Okay. Hi, friends.
Did we want to do the one letter?
Do we have a letter?
Yeah, the letter to Maven.
From
the Corbells.
Is this a letter that I already have, or is this a letter
Yes,
that...
I sent it to you a while ago. I'm
Shit.
pulling it up now.
Okay, because I have no idea where that's at. If we wanna do that, from Charlotte's family.
Yes, yeah.
Hell yeah! If you've got it, let's do it, and then we'll move on. I'm gonna go back to the thing.
Yeah. So, Jen.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, probably about like 6 or 5 days before the full moon, a letter gets delivered to
That was the right one.
works its way through the bureaucracy and gets handed to Maven. It is not addressed to Maven. It is addressed to Lady Charlotte de Cobel, Wizard of the Realm. And the courier that gives it to you says, I was directed that you would be able to receive this. You more than anyone else here knows the Corbells, I think.
Oh.
I was told not to bother, like Duchamp and all that with this, but here you go. And it is
okay. I'm not really sure who else. Well, thank you. Thank you. And she kind of, are we in the kitchen?
probably.
Yeah, she's gonna be like, she'll yell at people to go do what they need to do, and be like, and then kind of go off to the side and open the letter.
So it's a handwritten letter, and it has the crest, the Corbell family on it, which is, I think, just like a wine barrel and some grates and stuff. And it is a really thick cardstock that you realized has been embossed with the dwarven lettering so that somebody could feel the letters rather than read them. Because it is addressed to Charlotte. But it is in dwarven, so it is both embossed and inked. So as someone who can read dwarven, you can read it perfectly fine. And it says, Charlotte, I hope this letter reaches you in good health and mind. We have been thinking of you constantly and have been keeping you in our prayers. Mother and father have written to Marquis Duchamp after receiving word of rumors that you were staying at his home estate recently. But I hope my letter is more accurately sent, as I think I know where your wandering interests have taken you. I understand why you left home. The year you spent with us after your education at Blackstaff was complete. It was very revealing, at least to someone who knew how to read you. I know you were not happy to continue on as merely a lady of the realm, with weddings and estate management being your main employ. I hope you have found success and triumph in pursuing your magical arts. I hope you are safe and happy. I am also writing to inform you that I am due to be wed this coming spring start and would love if my little sister would be in attendance, with no other expectation on your time but to share in my joy. All of my love, Lord Anton de Corbel. P.S. William and Robert would like me to send along their love as well, and are also very curious about a wild rumor we have heard of you slaying a dragon. They hope it to be true. I hope you were nowhere close to such a dangerous foe, but knowing what I do with your talents, I fear they might be right. And that is the end of the letter.
Any immediate reactions from Maven upon reading this letter?
She kind of looks like she's gonna cry a little bit. She's just, oh dear. I really hope that we can see. I need to get this letter if I can.
And with that, friends, we're going to go ahead and move to the post game.
Family's always the hardest.
This has been an epic session. It took 3 recording sessions to actually get it done. It's been probably 5+ hours at this point, like where we are right now. So this is going to be a long one. For those of you on Twitch, I did put in a couple of breaks for you all, but like this was a long session. But I feel like the last few sessions of an epic campaign like this also need to be suitably epic. So we've got a lot to talk about because we've done like 3 recording sessions about this. I'm probably going to skip the usual thing. I'm going to give all of you inspiration. Let's just go with that. First off, every single one of you gets inspiration for the next fight. The
on
first
one
thing,
character, on all characters.
on every single one of your characters. 1 inspiration each, obviously, but every one of your characters gets inspiration. I want to say something to start with because I know that some folks have been like boiling about this from the beginning. No, in the normal Dungeons and Dragons rules, it is not possible to twin a simulacrum. That is not.
True. We learned that.
That is not a normal thing. Back when I first learned about Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and learned about how they powered up the other sorceress classes and how the Clockwork Soul and those others just completely blew out other sorceress subclasses because of the extra spells.
The expanded spell list.
The expanded spell list was so good that it basically made all other sorceress subclasses kind of obsolete. So, as I'm sure you know, as someone who's been following this for a while, I gave Calder an updated spell list and said, like all of those other subclasses, if you want to swap out one of your expanded spell list spells, you can. But like any other sorceress spell or subclass, you have to choose two schools of magic that they can come from, right? Like the Aberrant Mind gets enchantment and I think abjuration. And for the Shadow Sorcerer, we thought that necromancy and illusion would be the 2 most appropriate thematically. And it turns out that simulacrum is
that's just a sorcerer spell that I can take.
It is not a sorcerer spell in general, right? It's a wizard spell, but because it is an illusion spell, it does mean that Calder is able to take it and thus able to apply meta magic to it and thus able to duplicate it or twin it. And because the upcoming encounter is going to be absolutely bonkers, I thought, why not? Just let them cheese the game.
It is a weird rule of cool mechanics interaction that was never intended to interact.
I did not mean for this.
You asked us if we wanted to like do the cheat of all getting married through, ceremony or whatever. It's like we're already kind of cheating the system. We don't need to do that.
And to be clear, the enemies are also cheesing the system. Like this upcoming encounter that we're going to do in the next session is not in any way balanced. I did not look at CR. I did not think for a single second about whether or not this next encounter is going to be balanced. I am going to throw the kitchen table at you all, and I'm going to the kitchen sink at you all, and the kitchen table. I'm going to throw all the kitchen furniture at you.
Dude,
Maven's
dude,
really pissed right now.
Dude, we had that fight. We did that fight in the Stone Tooth the last time.
Yeah, not to say we already did that fight. We were there for that fight.
Well, because the whole thing is you
create the drama.
You fought the simulacrum in Baba Yaga's hut, right?
Yep.
And I need to make this encounter make that look like it was small time, right? That whole encounter was only a simulacrum of Baba Yaga. So to let everyone know, Baba Yaga has a certain limited number of spell slots, but all of those spell slots are 9th level spell slots, and she knows basically all of the spells in the game, which is why it's so important that Tasha comes in and does what she does, because if Baba Yaga gets out and has more than 1 or 2 rounds to act freely, things are going to get really bad really fast.
Did.
Yeah.
We did. We all did.
She is a gnarly opponent.
Yes. Unless you can make her go hungry, at which point she is a gnarly melee opponent instead of a gnarly spellcasting opponent. It's still going to be rough either way, but like, I have been putting together this upcoming encounter for months and months. I have been thinking about it and like reformulating it in my head. I am so looking forward to this. What I want to know is what you all are looking forward to. Because, of course, we're going to have time after this to do the whole, like, let's talk about all the wonderful things that happened in this 4-year-long campaign. But for now, I want to kind of know what you all are looking forward to. And if you want to talk about anything that happened in the last session, I'm just going to open the floor to everybody. Tell me what's on your mind. Don't all jump up at once.
I am so looking forward to explosions and demons.
We've been talking about like who gets what item. Like we have a few things we've been hanging on to where this is going to be the fight to use them. So it is definitely, I am excited for it. I'm a little bit like, I can't think about it too much until we're actually doing it. Otherwise I'll get too obsessed with it. Like I know the general plan and I do plan to have fun with it. We do need to make sure we take breaks. Because it's going to be such a big combat.
I suspect that this time around we're going to want to get together on like a Saturday or like something like that, because this is going to be
during the day.
This is going to be like a 6-hour combat probably, right? This is going to be a long fight, and there's going to be lots of great time for us to do some story stuff. There's going to be a lot of good description time. But the fact of the matter is, in Dungeons & Dragons, combat always takes longer than you think it will. And this is a big, capital B, big combat.
Yeah, the plan is...
One
of our objectives is to do a thing for 10 rounds,
right,
which is normally the top end. And that is one of the objectives we have, is to spend 10 rounds doing a thing. So this is going to be a bit of a slog.
Yo.
Which I am looking forward to getting to do and play. And I feel like I wouldn't have felt confident going into this kind of combat when we first started the campaign, or even when we finished the first arc.
No.
We did the long first combat in the Sunless Citadel against Belak, and that was a really big back and forth. Multiple people dropped, and it was so involved, and the scale has only gone up. But when playing this game with y'all for 3-4 years, I do feel like this is going to be a thing that we can handle, and we can have fun while heading into this big, huge thing that is a bit daunting if you're not used to very long.
If it's only a
D&D
bit daunting,
battles.
I have not been doing my job. This should be, because for me, it's overwhelming. Like, for me, personally, as the guy that has to track everything that's going to be happening this fight, I am I am damn near panicked over how this encounter is going to go, and I'm looking forward to it because I know all you have my back when it comes to like mechanics and stuff.
Say, Rob, this is supposed to be fun. We're playing a game, Rob. Maybe.
No. We got to have fun up until this upcoming fight. This upcoming fight is work for me. It's work. It's going to be work.
I intend to have fun the whole time.
You should. You should. Let me take the stress.
All I know is for this big combat, my goal will be never to roll a d20.
Yes. Well, and like, you already know, Calder, or Jeff playing Calder, that the way to beat big, ridiculous enemies is to burn them through their legendary resistances and then do something that takes them out of the combat, right? Whether it's polymorph or banishment or hold monster, which is how you took out a Chardalon, like regardless of what it is, you burn them through their legendary resistances and then you get them out of there. And the big thing about this one is also spatial, right? Because the map made by DMDM Studios, and I will absolutely be linking them when the map comes up, when you get on there, all of these absorbing magic items only work if the person carrying them is within the circle, right? So you don't necessarily have to kill Morgenthau. You can, you probably should, but also if you just knock him out of the circle, it won't reset his 1 minute progress, but it will stop his 1 minute progress until he gets back in the circle, right?
And that is also true of us, provided
that is also true of you. And also, if Belak is somehow managing to absorb this power, knocking him out of the beam of light will also slow his progress. So you've got the point of this encounter is supposed to be that it's not necessarily just a kill all the enemies encounter. If you get there, then great. It's going to make the rest of it easy. But like I took more inspiration from like team games like Overwatch, where the whole point is to control a point for a certain amount of time, and that's how that's going to go. I want to mention, just so you're all ready, that when it comes time, if it comes time, first off, as I said, I have contingencies in play for if Morgenthau wins, for if Belak wins, for if Baba Yaga wins, or if you win. But assuming you all win, which is a pretty good assumption given the level of talent and creativity that I see on this team, assuming you all win, I don't want you to think that one person is going to decide the fate of everything. I want you all to realize that each of you is going to get some input as to what happens with the magic when things go down. The person who gets focused on will have the most say and also will shoulder the most burden, but all of you will get some chance to affect things because this, from the beginning, has been a team game. This has not been any one person, right?
Okay.
So I want you all to think about what you would do with that power, because I'm probably going to ask each of you at some point unless, of course, Belak wins and the world ends. Right? Which might happen. Maybe. We'll see. I'm ready for it if it happens.
Sorry, I'm looking through. I'm thinking about items. I'm thinking about action economy. I definitely, I'm making the choice. Anton is my, alternate character because Charlotte is off in plot land.
AFK, yes.
So yeah, and he's, I built him when you asked me to stat him out for playing first the Halloween one shot and later stuff. I built him as a mage slayer. He's a mage slayer fighter. He's magic initiate, what's the fighter subclass?
He magic? Is an
Eldritch Knight.
Eldritch Knight, that's the one. Yeah.
And he's taken the feat of like Mage Slayer and a bunch of other shit. Like, I built him with the idea of he has a grudge against Calder, and now this is going to be very useful against other people, including Belak and Morgenthau, took him captive. So he is a very different type of melee combat character from Echo, who I really do like, through these 4 years, learning how a monk is a different melee fighter from like a barbarian, which I've played in the past, or other things. And so getting to also play Anton as this level 13 fighter is going to be very fun, especially in a big combat.
Single class fighters are underrated as hell. Like, a single class fighter may be one of the most potent, other than maybe like a wizard, because wizards get these horrible like reality bending spells, right? But like, a single class fighter is one of the best and most versatile like classes in the game, and not enough people give the fighter the respect that they deserve. Jen, why don't you have had so many characters go through so much, and now we are coming up on a battle that might require up to 3 of your characters, Creetha and Maven.
My characters might die again.
And Clarion. And yes, the character death is a very real. Now, you have the out of being able to teleport out, right? So there is a possibility that people won't die, but also like Clarion has been through so much trauma because of his death. Creetha has been through so much trauma because of the death of all of her initial friends and her shit with her family, and somehow rising to the top of this dwarven citadel.
Very confused by
and
that,
Maven, who just wanted a silly little adventure, who ended up being thrown into this eldritch horror. I'm curious as to how you feel like this upcoming fight's gonna go.
I think I'm gonna die.
It's not like Maven's ever been knocked out before. It's fine.
I mean, it's just okay. So you talk about like you've got Gail talking about like action economy and shit like that, and I'm just like, I'm just rolling with it because I don't play that same way. I'm not quite as hardcore as you guys, and I certainly don't have a lot the same knowledge. And you'd think like I've been playing with you guys for 2.5 years that I would have it. No, I don't. You know, we're lucky I'm here half the time. We're aware of this. So like, and I built my characters the same way. I mean, to be honest, Maven was more purpose built than I think any character, like, cause dude, like, don't you remember trying to help me figure out Creetha when Clarion went down? I'm like having to do this like real quick. So like my style and thought of play is so different, and like I'm good with the role play and good with some stuff, but I do know that there will be huge sections where I will be fucking lost in this giant fight, and to be fair, a lot of my characters I give that as part of them because I'm aware that it's going to be me.
And yet, both Creetha and Maven have been 2 of the most impactful characters. And Clarion is a character who, A, was impactful because he kept, thunder waving everyone around him, but also he was impactful
in that... He became a huge plot device.
In that, his Clarion's death completely changed the entire course of this campaign. So you, I know, I was with you at New World Magiscula. I know that you are someone who is really all about the story. And I feel like all of your characters have really had a big impact on the story. And I'm pretty sure that's going to happen again. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure that's going to happen again in the next session.
The death conversation with Echo really kind of...
Oh, man.
I'm still kind of reeling from that because, like, I didn't even think, like, it hadn't even occurred to me, much less Echo. Or not much less Creetha. The idea, like, I knew, like somebody's gonna be at the center, and then like there's a bunch of death flying around, and there's like this big ass choice, but at the same time, it didn't quite hit until that conversation, and I'm still reeling from that because like that's Echo could probably get there first, but I feel like everybody in this, like we all going to be scrambling for it, like the brass ring.
Yeah.
And nobody wants the brass wing, but they don't want anybody else to have it either.
And
Like-
the thing about D&D is that this might end up being easy, right? Like I can plan and overplan an encounter. Y'all might just flatten this encounter, and that's a thing that happens. And if that happens, I'm down with that. But like, yeah, there is a very real chance that some of these characters that we have gotten to know over the past several years aren't going to walk away from this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Jeff, you only have the 2 characters. I mean, 3 now that Magnus is a thing. But like, I'm curious because you've got a unique perspective on this game because you have been playing basically the same character basically the whole time.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about your feelings coming into this.
I have had the most. I have tried my very best not to fall into main character syndrome because I have the longest run through for any character of this game, and it's I love it. I love it to pieces. I have not. I'm coming at this game because I have never. I had before this game. I had never played 5th edition. I hadn't played D&D in general in over a decade. So through this game, it kind of reawoke my that part of my nerddom. So being here and now and indulging the game, and now I get to have complex opinions about it. It's really liberating because it means that I feel like I've realized a piece of myself through it, and it's great stuff. And I have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to do all this. So in this game, specifically for it, is holy shit, you are a bastard. It's good stuff. That's why I hired you. But for this game in specific, the meat of this game has been extremely gratifying. Ups and downs, twists and turns, all the good stuff. Taking some of my suggestions and flipping them on their head has been very fun. You think very differently from me, so it has been gratifying to see things coming at me sideways.
All right, which is what like you and I have co-story told LARP games in the past, and one of the things that made us so strong as a storytelling duo is the fact that we think so differently, and that like people might think that they can predict what a story is going to look like if you're writing it or if I'm writing it. But if we're both writing it together, they have no idea which part of the story comes from which of us, and that kept our players on their toes a lot in those Hunter games and those Masquerade games. Yeah,
the Hunter game in particular, yes. But the for this game, it has been nice to sit on this side of the table from you because that hadn't happened before.
That's true.
And so it's like very much feels like the end of an era.
And
how old is this game now? 3 years?
Coming up on 4, yeah.
Coming up on 4, yeah.
For my part, I have always felt like I work best under the constraint of other people, right? I work best as an assistant storyteller where someone else is coming up with the main plot and my job is to run the scenes. That's why I started out this campaign running modules, because I can take someone else's story and adapt it, right? The Sunless Citadel went my way, and the Forge of Fury, all these things. But this upcoming thing is like the first time I've really decided to try to make something that is wholly my own and really try to make a plot that works for me. And I know that there's a lot of tropiness happening here, right? I mean, a bunch of people get together and a few years later they fight God, right? That's
I
like
mean, that was kind of the drive, right? You told us to make tropey characters.
And that's exactly right. I said from the very beginning that we are leaning into tropes, and the idea of a bunch of young upstart characters getting together and fighting God with the power of friendship is like the classic JRPG thing. It's the classic like hero story. And so I don't feel bad about just upping the power scale until we get to the point where like, okay, so now a Terrask happened in a side story that you don't even get to interact with. And the fact that you all have been here on this journey with me for this long and have put your faith in me and have put your trust in me has been also extremely gratifying. like you said, end of an era coming up, and I can't believe it's almost over.
Yep.
It's gonna be intense. We've got about at most 20 minutes before I want to wrap this up. Does anybody else have anything? Emma, I have not thrown to you directly. Is there anything anybody else wants to say about how far we've come or where we're going or anything at all before we wrap up this session?
Head empty, no thoughts.
Means I'm doing my job right. Also, and I know I keep saying this, but I go back and every once in a while I look through the footage of what we've done up to this point. The parts of this campaign that I am the most proud of are not the fights, are not the descriptions, are not the crits or the misses. The parts that I am the most proud of are the parts where I got you all to really feel something. Like when Barnabas confessed his love to Echo, and I still have that picture of Gale wiping tears, the number of times I've made Jen cry, like that is the part that really, because I do this to make people feel, right? And also to get some feelings myself. It's why I'm so big into the LARP scene when I actually have a chance to do it. And like, the highest honor any of you can bestow upon me is shedding a tear when I make a big speech, or laughing when I make a joke, or thinking about the story when you're not actually playing the game. And I feel like I've done a fairly good job over the last few years of keeping you all interested, of keeping you all immersed. And again, I could not have done any of this without such an incredibly talented and incredibly like buy-in centric, right? Such an incredibly enthusiastic group of players, and I appreciate all of you for that.
I appreciate that we managed to get through things not just in game but out.
Yes,
Because
there was some out of game drama.
This has been a
Yeah.
rough almost 4 years in many respects. I mean, we're coming off of this as starting this during deep pandemic.
We
And,
started
you know,
this
it's
during
still
the lockdown,
pandemic,
yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
we had a lot of issues that we were dealing with, like just together and apart, and having to learn each other as players and DM and people. And that's hard. And we had to deal with it. And I feel like we've done a good job of working through things in game and out of game.
That's the other thing, Jen. I barely knew you when we started this, right?
You just plopped up and be like, "Hey, remember me from Magiscola?"
I pulled you in.
Maybe
I
not
don't
with
even
that
remember
accent,
the
but-
exact reason why, but I pulled you in because you were someone that I thought that I could role play well with, and like I barely knew you. And yes, we've had interpersonal problems, we've had scheduling issues, we've had sicknesses and
Hurricanes.
and folks grieving for various reasons over the years, and like a lot has
life.
happened both in and out of game because life is life, right?
We had life.
Life is life, constantly, ever running, always. We do not have a choice.
It's always more interesting though, because we're having life on camera in many respects.
Yeah.
And that's a little different feeling in many respects than if this were like, this is a game that we've had that's not just private to us. It is in many ways our personal selves coming out, you
Yeah.
know,
I would call
to
this
other people.
I would call this my magnum opus up to this point. This entire thing, this is not the longest campaign I've ever run, but this is the longest campaign I've ever run for an audience. And like, I wouldn't change a thing. No, I would change. I would get the footage back from the lost session.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Right.
one thing that I would do. If I could get the lost session back, that is a thing that I would get back. But I mean, I think we did a great job, like going over it. But I feel like that
Doing
footage,
the best we did. Yeah.
that footage, which got lost because I canceled my Prime for ethical reasons and didn't realize that canceling my Prime would then get rid of that footage. Anyway, that's a long time ago.
We can leave it in the past.
We now save before that 2
I-
weeks is up.
Not only do I now save it, but I upload it to Google Drive in case something happens and my entire hard drive is wiped out just for whatever reason. But yes, so we have redundancies on redundancies now, and that was, again, it's a learning experience. This whole entire campaign has been a giant series of learning experiences.
Are you going to do it again?
Probably. I don't think my next campaign is going to be 5th edition. I know the 2024 rules have come out, but the ethical issues that I have with Wizards of the Coast have not gone away. And I don't like the fact that they have very strongly advocated for using AI in their writing and in their
you're gonna
art.
Pathfind, or are you going to do like a completely different
Pathfinder
system?
is great. The various systems that Modifius uses are great.
What's Modifius? I don't think I know that one.
I did
a 2d20 system. We did a Fallout game.
Yeah, we did a
the couple like 1-2 shot.
we did like a
Yeah,
3 shot for charity. That was really good, and that was a really good system. And also Modifius, their 2d20 system, they have expanded it to Fallout, to Star Trek Lower Decks, to Discworld. Like they've expanded out there, and it's a very versatile system. So maybe will you do that? I don't know.
I would be here for Fallout, but I would totally be here for Star Trek. I am a Trekkie.
My blinders are on. I am focused solely on getting to the end of this campaign, and right now I'm focused on getting to the end of this session. So let's go ahead and have each of you tell me a little bit about who you are, where people can find you. I doubt that any of us are actually still in Twitch chat right now because this is like 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours in. But,
you doubt me, sir. I used to regularly watch Critical Role at 5 hours is
let's go ahead. Have everyone
You were born to the D&D stream.
tell us where we can find you, where we can follow you, and that's especially going to be relevant after this campaign is over. So let's start with Gail. Where can people find you?
Gail, you can find my Tumblr, A Measure of Separation. It's misspelled. I'll be putting it in chat because I'm still here. Also, I link to my YouTube a lot, which is I don't know what name is that's under, but if you go to the Tumblr, you'll find it. It's where I put animatics and animations and shit like that.
Yeah. Animatics that I try to put into these.
Holy crap!
They're so good.
It's not fair.
Let's go to M. Where can people find you, follow you, experience you?
I'm currently in the process of removing my content from the internet.
That's fair.
As I have left Twitter, and I'm thinking about leaving like Facebooks and stuff. But my Twitch is still up, and it exists occasionally. That is One Silver Key, but in most places, if it's One Silver Key, it's probably me. But I might not exist, so who knows? We'll see where I am.
And that's fair. Social media has been getting more and more toxic lately. Twitter specifically, but also in general. I get you. Jeff, tell us about where we can find you, and are you still producing artwork, and what can we do to support you?
I am very much still producing art. I don't post it a lot, but I do. But I still am making it. That much is true. You can find me on the various things at Still Tired and Angry, all one word, as I am both of those things.
Aren't we all these days? We are literally recording this during the vice presidential debate right now. And I don't know. I can't wait.
Couldn't tell, but my husband keeps making these noises from upstairs as he's listening to it.
I don't watch presidential debates anymore, but I do listen to the commentary after the fact, and I expect to be extremely frustrated once I do so. Jen, last of the evening, except for myself, of course. Tell us where people can find you, follow you, and maybe experience your artwork in person. Maybe.
Most of what I'm doing now is on Discord. Like, I do have a Twitch, but I haven't touched it in a long time. And I try and remember to post things, but I haven't posted anything to my Facebook in a long time. For many reasons, many of them being AI. But I am working very hard on my website, my fine arts website mostly, which is winterroseartandillustration.com, and been working really hard on actually being a fine artist, which is weird. Just saying, as somebody who went to college for doing comics, it feels a little weird. I've got that I'm starting over in my 40s thing going on. So
You're
most of where
the
I'm
hell of
at
a move.
now is going to be there, and it's going to be on my Discord, which is the Swedish Geekballs Kitchen. So it's that
And
clicking on the wrong thing, but yeah, it's the Swedish Geekballs Kitchen, and like people are welcome to join that. And I stream. Usually, I'm streaming my whatever I'm playing and just talking to people there, because it's less pressure.
lower expectations. Yeah, absolutely.
And I put art up there a lot more, like when I'm showing people in my
Something
so-
like
yeah.
something like a quarter of the total landmass of your state is underwater currently. You're still safe? You're still doing okay?
So yeah, I'm on the eastern side of North Carolina, and it hit the western side. It went up Georgia and hit South Carolina, the mountains.
Whole
My
towns
brother
are
is
just
actually
gone.
in Greenville, South Carolina, and his neighborhood was just.
Yeah.
So he's got power. His house is fine, but the neighborhood, we think it was hit by a microcell during it. Same with my first boyfriend. He lives in Greenville. But a lot of people, there are
People
whatever you can do to help Western North Carolina, like donate to the Red Cross, because right now people aren't hearing much about it because it's the mountains, so there's no communication. It's not like hitting a big city. This was hitting rural areas and communities, and we have lost entire towns.
Yeah.
Entire towns are just wiped off the map. There's going to be you guys are going to feel it, because there was an entire town that was wiped off the map that was America's only source of quality quartz. That's gone. You're going to see chicken prices go up because it hit Georgia so bad, and Georgia is the main producer of broiler chickens, and how many chicken farms gone. There's I've got friends whose whole her son was in Boone, is going to App State, and he's fine, but Boone is just Chimney Rock is gone, Bloor.
Chimney Rock is completely gone. There isn't a road left.
People, the only way you can get in and out of many of these areas right now is by air. There are people who are hiking. So there's people who are having to go in to try and find people just hiking. I just saw the most interesting thing I saw. There's a mule farm that is bringing pack mules in to bring supplies in to these rural areas.
Yeah.
So it's basically gone back to pre-industrial times in many of these places. There's no water, and what water there is just,
it's toxic.
It's toxic. So yeah, whatever you guys can do to help Western North Carolina, northern, northwestern.
We'll put some links into the doobly-doo. We'll make sure that folks who can donate. Yeah.
We lucked out, but usually it hits the East Coast.
And
usually it's the Eastern North Carolina that's going to get hit, or the Eastern Georgia, or Eastern South Carolina. But since it came up the other way, and it
escalated from a Category 1 to a Category 4 in a day.
Yeah.
And that's not even just it. What happened is that you had a bunch of rain that preceded it in areas that are it's temperate rainforest. So these areas are not designed for the kind of moisture logging you get. You get all of these trees and all this moisture. So what you wind up getting is landslides.
Yeah.
Tons of landslides, mudslides. That's too waterlogged, so much flooding.
And all the water that those rocks of earth and mound and rock were holding back all gets added into the flow all at once.
Yeah.
So it's not
All
just
at
flooding,
once.
flash flooding.
We'll make sure
we'll put links and stuff.
that there are links and stuff.
I'm fine, but I'm not fine emotionally. So we'll just go with that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place to end this. So I'm just going to say Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, Math Demigod. You all know how to find me. You can find the VODs of this over at youtube.com/gamingmathematically. Friends, thank you so much for following along with us for the last several years, or just the last several hours if you're here for the first time. The next session is going to be the big fight.
We're not going to judge.
And then the one after that is going to be the epilogue, and then we're going to be done. So, friends, thank you so much for following us. We're going to see you next time, and hope you have a good night.
Good night.